Chapter 335. Immortal Ian is here. The lounge fell into silence hearing that voice. Everyone looked at the door immediately. A fat man with a body full of fat strode in. The fat man was wearing a gray robe and looked to be in his 40s. He was barefooted and there was a tattoo on his belly. It was a large rat. Most importantly, he was hovering in the air. His feet were at least 10 centimeters off the ground. He was glowing as if he was showering in holy light. Everyone knelt onto the ground upon seeing that. The people knelt onto the ground at the same time. Only a minority of them did not kneel, such as the people from the 5 clans, Old Master, Hu, Yi Chen, Yang Tian, and the rest. Even Ant Hong and Shi Ting knelt. Greetings, immortal Ian. A thunderous voice echoed through the lounge. Countless people had fanatical expressions on their faces. It was a spectacular scene. There was no other reason. It was all because it was Ian Santong. The immortal behind him was a rat immortal among the 5 immortals. Moreover, he was a 1,000-year-old rat immortal. It was not an exaggeration to say that his power was extraordinary. Seeing that Yi Chen and Yang Tian did not move, Shi Ting, who was kneeling on the ground, tugged the corner of Yi Chen's shirt. "What are you waiting for? Kneel now. That's Ian Santong." Yi Chen chuckled softly and took a good look at Ian Santong. Yang Tian did not move because he was scared out of his wits. Ian Santong had no expression on his face. He glanced at the people as if he was looking down on everyone. A cold gleam flashed through his eyes when he noticed that Yi Chen and Yang Tian did not kneel. "Get up," he said coldly. The people only stood up after that. "Immortal Ian, you're finally here. You must help me." A voice came from the crowd. Immortal Gong Yang jogged over with grievance written all over his face. Ian Santong sat on the highest chair and said in a condescending manner, "Tell me if you're wronged. This brat isn't a Chuma disciple from the northeast, but he insulted me earlier." Immortal Gong Yang extended his arm and pointed at Yi Chen. "I went to talk to him, but the Hu family protected him." Immortal Gong Yang's expression changed as soon as he said that. Ant Hong and Shi Ting's expressions changed immediately. Ian Santong's eyes paused on Yi Chen for a few seconds. A cold gleam appeared on his face when he realized that Yi Chen was the one who did not kneel earlier. He couldn't help but look at the crowd inquiringly. "Can any of you tell me if what Gong Yangfu said is true?" Great deity Ian, great deity Gong Yang is right. There's no exaggeration at all. Main Yang, who had always been at odds with Annie Hong, was the first to step forward. She added fuel to the fire and said, "Auntie Hong brought this kid here. He thinks nothing of us just because he has the Hu family support." "You." Aunt Hong was furious. Another few people stood up and said, "We can also testify that what great immortal Ram said is true." At this moment, even Mr. Hu's heart sank. Dai Wei, who had been humiliated earlier, was so proud that he almost laughed out loud. He gloated when he looked at Yi Chen. Di Jing shook her head. "This time, even the Hu clan will not be able to protect you. If you had listened to me earlier, this wouldn't have happened." Ian Santong raised his eyes to look at Elder Hu and said in a low voice, "Elder Hu, isn't your Hu clan being overbearing and unable to distinguish right from wrong? What's right and what's wrong is in the hearts of the people." Mr. Hu shook his head. "I have nothing to say." He had to protect Yi Chen. Firstly, it was for Annie Hong, and secondly, it was because of that big shot's order. "Elder Hu, are you saying that everyone has wronged you? Even I have wronged you?" There was a hint of displeasure in Ian Santong's words. Old Master Hu said, "Ian Santong, although you're one of the top 5 Chuma disciples, you have no right to blame my Hu family, let alone me." Ian Santong's expression was cold as soon as he said that. Ian Santong's expression was cold. Old Master Hu was right. It had been so many years. All the top organizations in the entire Northeast were afraid of the Hu family. To be exact, they were afraid of the person behind the Hu family. Although nobody knew if that person was still around, they were still afraid of him. Seeing that, Dai Wei could not help but feel a little disappointed. Clearly, even he could tell that Yin Santong was afraid of something. Great Immortal Gong Yang looked indignant. What if we're included? At that moment, a cold voice came from outside. Subsequently, 3 people walked over while walking in the air. There were 2 men and a lady. The lady leading was in red, and she had a domineering aura. Meanwhile, there was a fair-skinned old man with long and thick eyebrows behind her. The other old man's eyes were like bronze bells, and he had a ferocious aura. Everyone was shocked to see the 3 of them. The entire place was in an uproar. Whoosh! Everyone knelt at the same time. A series of voices came. Greetings, Great Immortal Huang, Great Immortal Bai, and Great Immortal Shi. There were 5 kings in the Northeast Immortal family. They were the Black Bear King, the Mysterious Snake King, the Weasel King, the Hedgehog King, and the Rat King. The 5 of them led the immortals. Meanwhile, the 5 of them had their own Chuma disciples in the outside world. They were Shi Qianma, Shen Songxing, Huang Shi, Bai Shiny, and Yin Santong. Putting aside how powerful the immortals were, how powerful would their Chuma disciples be? The 5 of them were shaman elders. They knew supreme witchcraft, and their spells were divine. That was why everyone was worshipping him. The red-clothed lady, Huang Shi, looked down at Old, who after the 3 of them sat on the armchairs. Old who? You're going against us for an outsider. Isn't that too much? That's right. We of the Immortal Clan should be of the same breath and branch. Elder Hu, your actions are really a bit of a traitor. The old man with slanted eyebrows, Bai Shiny, grunted coldly. The last elder, Shi Qianma, said in a low voice, Elder Hu, it's better not to say some things out loud. That big shot in your family can't come out, and you don't have any Chuma disciples. It's fine if they are afraid of you, but don't take it as a reason to be arrogant. Hearing this, Elder Hu's expression was extremely heavy. Never had he thought that a small matter like the sorcerer ram would blow up so much. His original intention was to resolve the grudge between Yi Chen and the Willow Immortal. Therefore, he wanted to work with the 3 of them to explain things to Shen Songxing, who was not there. Who would have thought? The 3 of them were standing on the opposite side of him, begging for Yi Chen aside. They might even drag the Hu family into it. Elder Hu took a deep breath in as he thought to this point. He said to the 3 people on the armchairs, It's my fault. I won't care about this anymore. He walked aside directly after saying that. Clearly, he did not plan to care about Yi Chen, Aunt Hong, and the rest anymore. Aunt Hong and Shi Ting's faces turned pale at that moment. Kneel, Bai Shiny shouted while looking at Yi Chen. At that moment, everyone looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a dead man. Now that he had offended the 3 powerhouses, even the Heavenly King would not be able to save him. Dai Wei smirked in pride. His smirk caught the trio's attention. The lady in red glared at him coldly. Who's this? Sorcerer Ram said immediately. Sorcerer Huang, this guy is my disciple's friend. He told them about the grudge between Dai Wei and the weasel. Huang, Shay glanced at Dai Wei again after hearing that. So, you're the one who killed Xiaozi. The immortal behind her was the Weasel King, the Weasel King. Naturally, he could speak for the weasel. Just one look. Dai Wei knelt onto the ground and kowtowed hard. Sorcerer, I didn't do it on purpose. Please spare my life. That's right, Sorcerer Huang. He didn't do it on purpose. Please spare his life for my sake. Sorcerer Ram chimed in. Huang Xie stretched her arm out and pointed at Yi Chen. He said to Dai Wei, I'll give you a chance. Go slap him twice and make him kneel. If you do it well, I'll spare your life. Dai Wei was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect it to be so easy. Sure, I'll go. Joy filled his face. Subsequently, he walked to Yi Chen one step after another, feeling proud of himself. Sorcerer Ram looked at Dijing next to him and said, Go slap him twice and make him kneel. Dijing hesitated a little upon hearing that. However, She took a deep breath in and walked to Yi Qin after noticing the unfriendly stare from Huang Shi and the rest. Don't blame me. Blame yourself. Chapter 336. Under the watchful eyes of everyone. Dai Wei walked to Yi Qin one step after another and smirked arrogantly. Yi, I bet you didn't expect this to happen to you. With old master, whose support earlier, he thought he might have to look up to Yi Qin for the rest of his life. Therefore, he took the initiative to reconcile with him. However, who would have thought that the three powerhouses would force old master, who to give up on Yi Qin? In the blink of an eye, Yi Qin had no one to rely on. Under such great ups and downs, his mood fluctuated along with it. His heart was practically blooming with joy. However, Yi Qin did not move at all. He watched Dai Wei walk toward him quietly. If one were to look closer, one would notice that there was mockery at the corner of his lips. I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Dai Wei thought Hu Yuhao was scared. Kneel. Dai Wei scoffed and slapped Yi Qin directly. He used so much force that he almost used all of the energy in his body. Old Shin, Aunt Hong, and the rest closed their eyes slightly. Under such circumstances, nobody could help Yi Qin. Nobody dared to stand out and bear the wrath of the three powerhouses. Shi Ting's face was filled with pity. It was as if he couldn't bear to see what would happen next. However, the next moment, she only heard a loud bang, and then her vision blurred. When she looked again, she saw Dai Wei's body flying out like a ragged sack, smashing a table into pieces. What? At this moment, countless people's pupils shrank. It was unbelievable. Yi Qin still dared to resist at a time like this. Di Jing, who had just taken a few steps out, froze. She stared blankly at Yi Qin with her beautiful eyes as she was overwhelmed. Dai Wei, a retired soldier, was sent flying by a single slap? He also knows martial arts? Dai Wei struggled to get up from the ground and covered his broken front tooth. He was both embarrassed and furious. Before this, he thought that Yi Qin was weak. If there were no bodyguards around, it would be a piece of cake for him to beat him up. But the truth was, he was sent flying by a slap from the person he looked down upon. He did not even see how Yi Qin did it. Yi Qin ignored him directly and lifted his head to look at the three people sitting on the armchairs. He said expressionlessly, "This piece of trash is far from enough. Why don't the three of you come down and try?" As soon as he said that, the entire hall was in an uproar. He actually took the initiative to issue a challenge to the three experts? Presumptuous. A mere ordinary warrior dares to boast shamelessly about challenging the three great immortals? Let me fight you. Mei Nyang snorted coldly. She charged at Yi Qin directly with a gust of chilly wind. At the same time, her hands turned into two venomous snakes, bearing their fangs at Yi Qin. Mei Nyang has asked an immortal to possess her. If I'm not wrong, the immortal in her body belongs to the Willow immortal lineage, right? He has at least 300 years of cultivation. Seeing her move, the crowd immediately began to discuss. Aunt, Shi Ting tugged at Aunt Hong's hand uneasily and said anxiously, "Why aren't Big Brother Ye's bodyguards making a move yet?" Aunt Hong glanced at Iron Tower. She was bewildered. Dai Wei grinned hideously. "The man with the surname Yi. You defeating me is nothing. I don't believe you can survive the attack of a Chuma disciple." However, in the next second, Yi Qin stretched his arm out and grabbed Mei Nyang, who was charging at him. Mei Nyang felt a powerful suction at that moment. Subsequently, Yi Qin grabbed her by the throat. "Why you?" Mei Nyang was shocked. Bang! Before she was done speaking, Yi Qin squeezed her until she exploded. She turned into a bloody mist that splattered everywhere. Black energy came out of her body. Yi Qin opened his mouth and sucked. The black energy was sucked into his mouth, leaving behind an extremely devastating shriek. Dead silence filled the place at that moment. Mei Nyang, who had been possessed by an immortal with 300 years of cultivation, was dead, just like that. Even the immortal was swallowed by him. Dai Wei's eyes were wide open. How is that possible? Di Jing took 2 steps back. She was shocked. So this is your trump card. We've underestimated you. Is Big Brother Yi that powerful? Shi Ting exclaimed. Aunt Hong's face was filled with shock. Mei Nyang was more powerful than her, but she was killed within a second. She could not help but bite her lip. We've underestimated him. This guy wasn't pretending from the beginning. He's really powerful. What's funny is that we're so stupid to want to get him some helper. At the same time, the 3 immortals sitting on the armchairs were stunned too. If Yi Chen had sent Dai Wei flying with a slap earlier, they thought that Yi Chen had practiced external martial arts at the very most and was not worth mentioning. However, Mei Nyang's death had shocked them. Yi Chen lifted his head to look at the 3 of them. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. I've told you to come at me together. Otherwise, none of you will be enough for me to kill. Be *starred. Immortal Gong Yang shouted. A fireball appeared in his hand all of a sudden. The fireball was as big as a basketball, and it was thrown at Yi Chen directly. Shock was shock. However, people like Mei Nyang were nothing to him. Upon seeing that, the people could not help but hold their breaths. That was a real spell. There was a gleam of light deep in Di Jing's dim eyes. Master is doing it himself. He even used a spell. You can't handle it now, can you? Subsequently, everyone saw an unforgettable scene. Instead of dodging, Yi Chen extended his arm and grabbed the fireball directly. The fireball stopped in his hand. Yi Chen waved his hands. The fireball transformed into a fiery dragon and rushed towards great deity Gong Yang. Not good. The expression of great deity Gong Yang changed, and he hurriedly shouted, Immortal, please possess me! His voice fell. A black shadow appeared out of thin air and covered his body. A huge illusory dog head appeared above his head. Obviously, the immortal behind him was a dog that had become a spirit. When Yi Chen looked again, he saw Sorcerer Ram spitting a stream of water from his mouth. The stream of water was approximately the size of a bull's mouth. He seemed to be trying to extinguish Yi Chen's fire dragon. However, as soon as the water line came into contact with the fire dragon, it instantly evaporated without a trace, and the fire dragon's momentum did not decrease. No, Great Immortal Ram did not have time to dodge. Boom! The fire dragon directly pierced through his body. His body then began to burn and finally turned into a pile of ashes. Dead silence. The whole place was dead silent. Shocking. It was a complete shock. Just like that, Great Immortal Gong Yang, who was second only to the 3 Great Immortals, died. A spell master? Huang Xie, Bai Shiny, and Shi Chenma looked at each other. Plop! Di Jing felt her legs go limp, and she fell onto the ground. If one were to look closely, one would notice that her body was shaking. She thought that killing Mei Nyang was Yi Chen's limit. Never had she thought that even great deity Gong Yang would die. That's impossible. That's impossible. Dai Wei was horrified. He could not accept it at all. Yi Chen stood with his arms behind his back. He said while squinting at the 3 immortals on the armchairs, Those who deserve to die are almost dead. It's your turn next. Chapter 337. As soon as he said that, the entire hall fell into silence. Disbelief flashed through everyone's eyes. Was this brat out of his mind? Even they had to be polite to Sorcerer Gong Yang. However, this brat was so arrogant. Di Jing was stunned at first. Then she shook her head. Oh no, even I can't save you now. Dai Wei's expression was blank. He thought he heard it wrong. Subsequently, he was over the moon. The more Yi Chen courted death, the happier he was. What an arrogant brat! Sorcerer Gong Yang's face was as cold as frost. Do you know that even the people from the 5 clans dare not be so rude to me? Since that's the case, I'll show you how powerful I am." As soon as he was done speaking, black energy appeared in his hand all of a sudden. The black energy caused the temperature in the entire hall to drop. Many people secretly shuddered, especially Dai Wei and Di Jing, who were standing closest to him. Fear filled their eyes. "Sorcerer Gong Yang, wait." At that moment, Aunt Hong, who was standing aside, walked over all of a sudden. She stood in front of Yi Qin and said, while smiling, "Sorcerer Gong Yang, Yi Qin doesn't know the rules and offended you. I hope that you'll forgive him for my sake." "For your sake?" Sorcerer Gong Yang chuckled. "Aunt Hong, don't you think your reputation is too valuable? To put it bluntly, you're nothing to me." Aunt Hong's face turned pale. Dai Wei could no longer hide the pride on his face. "Yi Qin, oh Yi Qin, weren't you arrogant earlier? This is the price of arrogance." Di Jing snickered. "Did you see that? I told you to apologize to Sorcerer Gong Yang earlier, but you didn't listen to me. Now, Sorcerer Gong Yang doesn't even respect Aunt Hong, who you rely on." Sorcerer Gong Yang said again, "I'll give you a chance. Step aside now, or I won't mind killing you too." If he had listened to what Dai Wei said earlier and wanted to teach Yi Qin a lesson, he was determined to kill Yi Qin now. There was no other reason. It was all because Yi Qin had embarrassed him. Yi Qin smiled in disdain. He got up to look at Sorcerer Gong Yang. Just when he was going to speak, a cold voice came from the private room next door. "Gong Yang Fu, who are you trying to kill?" Everyone subconsciously looked over. Mr. who slowly walked out of the private room. He walked very slowly with the help of a cane, but everyone shouted from the bottom of their hearts, "Greetings, Mr. Hu!" Elder Hu came out. Shi Ting and Aunt Hong were delighted. On the other hand, Yi Chen sighed softly, feeling rather disappointed. The expression on the face of great deity Ram was suddenly replaced by a smile. "Hu Lai, when did you come?" Although the Hu clan, one of the 5 great clans, did not have a king-level immortal, Great Immortal did not dare to underestimate them, because he knew a secret about the Hu clan. It was this secret that allowed the Hu clan to be as stable as Mount Tai. "This old man has always been here," Mr. Hu said expressionlessly and looked at him. "Who did you say you wanted to kill just now?" "Old man, who? This brat offended me. I must teach him a lesson." Sorcerer Ram extended his arm and pointed at Yi Qin. Elder Hu said, "You want to kill my honored guest." As soon as he said that, the audience was in an uproar. Dai Wei and Di Jing were dumbfounded. Dai Wei's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This kid was actually a guest of the Hu clan? How was this possible? One had to know that the Hu family was one of the top 5 families in the Northeast. "What? Elder Hu, this brat is your esteemed guest?" Great deity Gong Yang was shocked. "Not bad." Elder Hu said indifferently, "Misty, they are all honored guests of my Hu family. Do you still want to kill them now?" Misunderstanding. In the face of his domineering attitude, a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of great deity Gong Yang, but his face was still full of smiles. As he spoke to this point, he even extended his hand to Yi Qin and said sincerely, "Misty, since you're old master Hu's guest, we won't get to know each other until we fight." In his opinion, it was a great honor for her to take the initiative to express her intention to reconcile with Yi Qin. It was enough to make Yi Qin extremely excited. However, Yi Chen remained still. It was as if she did not see his outstretched hand. Everyone was speechless. Too arrogant. This kind of behavior was not ordinary arrogance. However, the killing intent within him was growing. If looks could kill, Yi Chen would have died countless times over. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's continue eating and drinking. Old Master, who sat down next to Yi Chen after saying that. Great deity Gong's son led Dai Wei and the rest to sit on the other side. He slapped Dai Wei's face as soon as he sat down. "Idiot! Didn't you say that Brad is just an ordinary person? How does he know the Hu family and Old Master Hu? I've no idea. Dai Wei covered his burning face, feeling like crying, but no tears would come out. Get lost. Great deity Gong Yang kicked him out with a ferocious expression. Hu family, I can't do anything to you. However, someone isn't afraid of offending you. He walked aside and took out his phone to make a call as he thought to this point. Great deity Yin, may I know when you'll arrive? Di Jing took a good look at where Yi Chen and the rest were, but she could not calm herself down. No wonder you're so confident. So, you're relying on the Hu family. At Yi Chen and the rest's table, Old Master Hu glanced at Yi Chen after sitting down and said rather unhappily, Didn't you cross the line earlier? Did I? Yi Chen said with a smile. Don't you know that Gong Yang Fu isn't someone to be trifled with? There aren't many people in the entire Northeast who can suppress him. Furthermore, he's a vengeful person. I can help you now, but I can help you forever. His attitude made Old Hu even more dissatisfied. He really didn't know why that lord would take a fancy to this kid. Yi Chen chuckled softly. If you hadn't come out earlier, I would have killed this person like killing a chicken. Hearing this, Elder Hu snorted. Ting sneered and said, Keep bragging. If Mr. Hu hadn't appeared in time, you might have died now. Aunt Hong shook her head slightly. At this moment, Dai Wei walked over with a glass of wine. Dai Wei walked to Yi Chen as the few of them glared at him with a smile on his face. Yi Chen, I can't believe that you have such a powerful background. I can't believe that you didn't tell us about it along the way. You've hidden it well. Come, come, come. Cheers to you. He was filled with regret. If he had known that Yi Chen knew the Hu family, he would not have offended him. After all, the Hu family was one of the 5 major families. He believed that the grudge between him and the yellow-skinned man would be written off with Old Hu's help. That was the reason why he had shamelessly come over to talk to Yi Chen. As soon as he was done speaking, Yang Tian cursed directly. F***CK off. You two-faced be***starred. I'm sick of seeing you. Ting was filled with disdain. It was her first time seeing such a shameless person. No matter how shameless Dai Wei was, he looked rather upset after being scolded by Yang Tian. Yi Chen, is this how you discipline your underling? Since that's the case, there's nothing more to talk about between us. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he left directly. He left right away. This man is such a talent. He was so arrogant with Sorcerer Gong Yangfu's support earlier. Now that Mr. Hu is here, he's shameless enough to admit defeat, Ting said in disdain. At that moment, an exclamation came from outside. Sorcerer Yin is here. P.S. Chapter 2. There are 3 more to go. Chapter 338. I'm interested in the beast cores of the 5 B***stards behind you guys. I'll send the few of you to hell today. As soon as Yi Chen was done speaking, the entire hall fell into dead silence at that moment. At that moment, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at Yi Chen in shock. Arrogant, domineering. Not only did he not appreciate the 4 immortals' compromise, but he even wanted to kill them. He even wanted the beast cores of the 5 kings. Beast cores! It was the essence of magical power that immortals had cultivated after going through countless trials and years. One could say that it was more important than one's life. Was he planning to kill his way into the forest? Was he being too confident? Mad Southern Yi, you're too presumptuous. Huang Xie, who was sitting on the armchair, slapped the armrest and stood up. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Mad Southern Yi, you're too arrogant. You're so arrogant that you're out of control. Bai Shiny, who represented the White Immortal, was furious. That's right. Shi Qianma, who represented the Black Bear King, said coldly, Don't think that you can look down on us just because you're a king in the outside world. In fact, we've never acknowledged the so-called Heaven Leaderboard. Kill him. Yin Santong's face was grim. The northeastern immortals and shamans were closely related. They came from the same source. They did not cultivate martial Tao or spells, but they knew witchcraft. Their witchcraft was no weaker than the former. As soon as that was said, Huang Xie performed a hand seal quickly. She shouted, "Summon Fourth Master Huang." In the next second, a black energy descended from the sky, stirring up a strong wind. The strong wind blew everyone in the hall, and they could not open their eyes. When the wind faded, the black energy and Huang Xie merged into one. The black aura merged with Huang Xie. The black aura carried an extremely terrifying, murderous aura, and the people could faintly see Huang Xie's facial features changing from time to time. One moment, it was a human face, and the next moment, it was the face of a weasel with white fur. Her blue eyes were mesmerizing. The people were shocked to see that. Clearly, she had summoned an immortal to possess her. Yang Tian, who was among the crowd, asked by instinct, "Who's Fourth Master Huang?" Fourth Master Huang is the Weasel King of the Five Kings. Aunt Hong said in a deep voice, "The Five Kings are ranked according to their age. The Black Bear King is Shi Qianma. The Mysterious Snake King is Third Master Lu. The Yellow Wind King is Third Master Huang. And the Rat King is Fifth Master Bai." Yang Tian came to a realization. Then he seemed to have thought of something and asked again, "Second Master, Third Master, Fourth Master, and Fifth Master already exist. Why isn't there an Eldest Master?" "That's right. Auntie, what about the number one?" Shi Ting was also confused. Aunt Hong ignored the two of them with an unnatural expression. Huang Xie's transformation shocked Di Jing, who was in the crowd. The gale had completely changed her view of the world. She could not help but look at Yi Qin. His mind became active again. This was already close to the means of a deity. "Let's see how you resist now." Huang Xie hovered midair completely as he looked down at Yi Qin in a condescending manner. Demonic qi surged from his body as an extremely hoarse voice was heard. "Mad Southern Yi, why aren't you the China number one out there? Why are you stirring up trouble in the Northeast?" Clearly, the immortal in her body, the Weasel King, had spoken. "That's because I'm interested in your beast core. I might consider sparing your life if you give it to me with both hands," Yi Qin said, while standing with his arms behind his back. The people were speechless. He kept calling her a beast and asking for the beast core. To them, he was so arrogant that he was no different from a villain at the moment. "You bastard! Since you want to die, do you dare to fight me in the sky?" The Weasel King in Huang Xie's body was enraged. She charged at the window directly after a scoff. Bang! The glass was smashed by him, and she leaped into the air outside. After all, the space in the clubhouse was small, and it was not suitable for a fight. Moreover, there were too many onlookers. If they all died in the aftermath of the fight, it would damage his merit. Yi Qin took a step out in an attempt to chase after her. "Old Yi!" Yang Tian's worried voice came from behind. Yi Qin turned his head to glance at him and said, while smiling, "Old Yang, stay here. I'll kill her later. With Iron Tower here, nobody can hurt you. Be careful." Yang Tian nodded. Subsequently, he took out a pack of cigarettes and tossed one to Yi Qin. "Take this with you. I know you like to smoke before you kill." "Like to smoke before you kill?" The people were speechless. Yi Qin was stunned. Subsequently, he smiled and lit the cigarette with a fireball in his hand. He stepped out and charged. "Let's go. Let's go out and take a look." Nobody knew who said that, but everyone walked out of the clubhouse. Even Bai Shiny, Shi Qianma, Yin Santong, and the other two who were sitting on the armchairs were no exception. Although the hunchback old man said that Yi Qin was mad Southern, they were still doubtful. Therefore, Huang Xie took the initiative to test him. In the air, Huang Xie stepped on a black energy as his expression was extremely cold. "Mad Southern, it's not too late for you to retreat now. Let's fight if you want. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Yi Qin took a puff of his cigarette, feeling rather impatient. Sure, I'll fulfill your wish. Huang Xie laughed out of rage. She grabbed the air with both hands, and an extremely dense black energy consolidated in her hands. Eventually, it consolidated into a long, black spear that was filled with ferocious energy. Black spear! She shouted in rage. She brandished the black spear in her hand and charged at Yi Qin directly. She was very fast. The people on the ground saw a blur before their eyes. In the next second, they saw a black silhouette flash by and get close to Yi Qin. Meanwhile, Yi Qin seemed to be dumbstruck. He did not move at all. Bai Shiny and the rest who were on the ground scoffed one after another upon seeing that. They revealed disdain on their faces. The China #1, it seemed like he lived up to his name. Huang Xie's spear was made of demonic energy. It looked intangible, but it was actually extremely tough. There was nothing it could not pierce through. A single spear strike could pierce through an armored tank. Ding! The black spear stabbed Yi Chen's body accurately. Sparks flew as a metallic clang came out. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was unharmed. How is that possible? The smile on Huang Xie's face froze. Her black spear could not even touch him. At that moment, the people gasped. Bai Shiny, Shi Qianma, and Yin Santong could not help but have their expressions change at the same time. What? That was the black spear. Even the three of them dared not take it head-on. However, Yi Chen took it head-on and was unharmed. Black spear? Haha. Yi Chen smirked in disdain. He lifted his arm and grabbed the black spear directly. The black spear was crushed instantly. Oh no! Huang Xie had a drastic change of expression. She wanted to retreat by instinct, but Yi Chen's punch came at her head-on. It was that punch. It felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on her. It was extremely heavy. It directly smashed her onto the ground. Bang! The ground shook intensely. Sand and pebbles were flying, and there was dust everywhere. Everyone felt their legs stumble, and their bodies involuntarily fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with shock. Huang Daxian, whom they admired, was defeated with only one attack from the beginning until the end. When the dust faded, a hole appeared on the ground. A hole appeared in the ground, and a person covered in blood crawled out. He looked at the figure in the sky with fear. How can you be so strong? Bai Shiny, Shi Qianma, and Yin Santong were shocked too. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen stood proudly in the air. He blew a puff of smoke as his cold voice was heard. There was no warmth in his voice at all. You're too weak, you pieces of trash. Come at me together. I, Yi Chen, can suppress the four of you on my own. Chapter 339. Let's attack together and kill him. At this moment, Yin Santong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Chen was just too powerful. He was so powerful that they were no match for Yi Chen even if they asked the 5 kings to possess them. If they retreated now, how are they going to establish themselves in the vast northeast in the future? Please, 5th Lord. Yin Santong roared. Bai Shiny and Shi Qianma also shouted. 2nd Master, please. Please, 7th Master. As soon as he said that, 3 streaks of black gas swept over from the horizon and directly enveloped the 3 of them. 3 incomparably powerful auras erupted from the 3 of them. The black gas almost covered half the sky, and it looked incomparably strange. The crowd could not help but hold their breaths. His eyes were lifeless. The 2nd Old Master that the 3 of them mentioned was the Black Bear King. The 5th Old Master was the Rat King, and the 7th Old Master was the Yellow Immortal White Brow King. One must know that any one of them was an existence that could sweep through the entire world. In order to fight Yi Chen, the 4 immortals summoned the 4 kings behind them at that moment. This had never happened in the history of the Northeast. You 3 evil beasts, you should have attacked together long ago. Yi Chen laughed out loud fearlessly. His eyes were filled with disdain as his clothes fluttered in the wind. His laughter shook the entire place. Meanwhile, Yin Santong, Bai Shiny, Shi Qianma, and Huang Shi, who was crippled by Yi Qin, leaped into the sky at the same time. The entire sky was covered in intense killing intent. Kill! Sure, Qianma scoffed and charged at Yi Chen with black energy in her body. She was like a falling meteorite. The phantom of a giant black bear appeared behind him. The black bear's eyes were scarlet red, and its face was ferocious. It let out deafening roars. Boom! Bear rules the world. A gigantic bear paw slapped at Yi Chen's head. It was like a black umbrella that covered the sky. It destroyed the air as if it was going to break the sky with a single slap. Meanwhile, a gigantic silhouette of a rat with dark fur appeared behind Yin Santong. There were 2 long eyebrows at the corner of the weasel's eyes. The eyebrows turned into 2 towering chains that charged at Yi Qin. Clearly, it was going to trap Yi Qin. Bai Shiny and Huang Shi attacked Yi Qin from behind. A giant hedgehog silhouette with spikes all over its body and a brownish-yellow weasel silhouette appeared behind each of them. The 4 of them had a clear division of labor. One of them attacked Yi Qin from the front while the other tried to trap Yi Qin. Meanwhile, the other 2 attacked Yi Qin from behind. They did not hold back at all. The people on the ground who were watching from the sky turned pale. They were trying to kill Yi Qin. Aunt Hong's face turned pale. Shi Ting grabbed the corner of Aunt Hong's clothes tightly. Yang Tian's heart was in his throat. Good timing. Yi Qin let out a long howl and stretched his arm out to grab Yin Santong's long brows. He pulled hard, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. He soared into the sky with the help of the force like a dragon soaring into the sky. Subsequently, he threw a punch out. This punch of his was like an overlord raising 9 cauldrons, and it shook the mountains and rivers. The golden fist shadows that bloomed from his fist practically lit up the entire night sky, causing even the bright moon to pale in comparison. Boom! He punched Shi Qianma, who was coming towards him. The golden fist shadow collided with the giant palm print, and a dazzling light bloomed. Almost at that moment, the surrounding air was annihilated, and a loud sound made everyone's ears buzz. Heaven? Was this still the power of a human? Many people prostrated themselves on the ground. Bang! A golden energy spread out and instantly sent Shi Qianma flying. She stabilized herself with great difficulty and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked extremely shocked. He had used almost 80% of his strength in the bear conquering the world earlier. It was enough to kill any martial Dao master. Never had he thought that Yi Chen would break it with a punch. Not good. Yin Santong's eyelids twitched. The next moment, however, he realized that Yi Chen was grabbing his long brows and approaching him. Die. Yi Chen's voice was extremely cold. As if the king of hell had arrived, he punched him in the chest. Pooh! Yin Santong spat a mouthful of blood out as his chest collapsed directly. Yi Chen's punch had crushed his heart directly. The hidden energy was still destroying his body in a frenzy. Bang! His eyes were filled with fear, shock, and disbelief. His 300-kilogram fat body exploded almost instantly, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. In less than 5 minutes, Yin Santong was dead. Meanwhile, a black energy turned into a stream of light and leaped into the sky. It was extremely fast, and even Yi Qin could not stop it in time. After all, the black energy was the Rat King's projection, which was similar to a clone. At this moment, the entire world was deathly silent. Countless people were dumbfounded. Bai Shiny, Shi Qianma, and Huang Shi were shocked. Yin Santong exploded with a single punch. Even the 3 immortals behind them were no exception. He was possessed by the Rat King. Yin Santong didn't even have time to escape and died on the spot. Everyone, we can no longer hold back. Bai Shiny roared, his eyes bulging. This man is extremely strong. I'll hold him back. All of you attack with everything you have. His voice fell. The hedgehog silhouette behind him roared again. It grew in size and charged at Yi Qin directly. Clearly, it wanted to fight Yi Chun head-on with the barbs on its body. Shi Qianma and Huang Xie released their most powerful attack each. They attacked Yi Qin from two directions, and their auras were even more terrifying than before. However, Yi Chen's physical body was beyond their imagination. Then you'll be the second to die. Yi Chen flew across the sky. He took a step out and charged at Bai Shiny. He swung his right hand in the air, and a blade with a white glow formed. Kill him! Yi Chen did not even bother to take out the Master Destruction Saber and the Almighty Killer Sword. He used his fingers as a saber and slashed at Bai Shiny. The long saber gleam tore through the sky, bringing with it an endless sonic boom. At that moment, Bai Shiny, who was only 10 meters away from him, suddenly felt the terror of the saber radiance. His expression changed, and he wanted to retreat. However, Yi Chun had already slashed at him. As Bai Shiny panicked and looked unwilling, he was sliced into half by the saber. He did not even have the time to beg for mercy. Bai Shiny was dead. Another streak of black chi shot into the sky. The place was dead silent, including Yin Santong earlier. 2 of the 4 immortals had died. There were 2 left. The 2 of them had been killed by Yi Qin in a domineering manner. They did not even touch the corner of Yi Chen's shirt from the beginning until the end. Countless people's lips were quivering. Was this the mad Southern Yi, the China #1? He was indeed a genius. Shi Qianma and Huang Xie, who were the only ones left, were dumbstruck. At the same time, in the sky 20 kilometers away, an eagle flew toward the club. An eagle broke through the air and flew in the direction of the clubhouse. The eagle's eyes were extremely sharp, and when it spread its wings, it was the size of an adult. Meanwhile, there was an old man in a monk robe standing on it. The old man stood with his arms behind his back as he stared far away. There was an aura that he was looking for. How dare you kill the mysterious Snake King's son? I don't care who you are, but you'll definitely die. You can die without regrets now that I, Shin Songxing, am here. Chapter 340. He's too powerful. Who else in this world can suppress him? Everyone stared blankly at the silhouette in the air. They felt like their legs were shaking and their heads were buzzing nonstop. Yi Chun was being attacked by the 4 most powerful immortals in the northeast. The people thought that Yi Chun could not defeat them. Never had they thought that he would kill 2 people within a few minutes. He killed Yin Santong with a punch and Bai Shiny with a swing of his saber. He did not use any extra techniques. He was brutal and direct. How could they not be shocked and terrified? Especially Huang Xie and Shi Qianma, who were the only ones left. They were scared out of their wits. They dared not attack Yi Chen anymore. Yin Santong and Bai Shiny were no weaker than them. They were still killed. How were they supposed to fight Yi Chen now? The duo could not help but feel regretful as they thought to this point. They regretted offending Yi Chen for the sake of their pride. Just when they were going to speak, they suddenly felt their bodies empty. 2 streams of black energy came out of their bodies. The black energy was like a long dragon that shot into the sky with a whistling sound. It had no intention of stopping at all. At that moment, Shi Qianma, Huang Xie, and even the people who were watching on the ground were stunned. The Black Bear King and Weasel King that possessed Shi Qianma and Huang Xie had run away. The people gasped after being stunned for a moment. One must know that the Black Bear King and the Weasel King were the leaders of all the immortals in the northeast. They could not believe that they left their Chuma disciples behind and ran away. Uft. No. Shi Qianma and Huang Xie revealed an unwilling expression at the same time. They were still no match for Yi Chen when they were possessed by the immortals. Now that the immortals had run away, they were even less of a match for Yi Chen. Almost at the same time, Huang Xie and Shi Qianma ran far away at the same time. They were extremely fast. Nobody that Yi Chen wanna kill can run away. Yi Chen chased after them while activating his movement technique. At the same time, an eagle flapped its wings and flew over from the direction where Huang Shi and Shi Qianma were running. Shin Cangxing stood on the eagle as doubt flashed through his eyes. That's strange. Why is the aura that the mysterious Snake King provided me so close to where the 5 families are gathering tonight? Could it be that the person who killed Zhu Chao has been captured by our people? Shen Cangxing pondered for a while and then laughed. That's good too. It saves me the trouble of making a trip. I don't care who you are. You died a worthy death since you made me. Shen Cangxing, take action. By Shiny, I Shen Cangxing am here. At this moment, he suddenly sensed 2 familiar auras rushing towards him. Shin Cangxing hurriedly patted Old Eagle's head. Old Eagle immediately stopped flying and held him up in the air. He saw 2 figures rushing over from afar. Is it Huang Shi Shi Qianma? Shin Cangxing's expression changed slightly as he asked suspiciously, Aren't those 2 supposed to be attending the gathering? How could he be here? Could it be that you're here to welcome me? Thinking of this, a smile flashed across his face, and he immediately urged Old Eagle to carry him to meet the 2 people in front of him. He stopped them and said with a smile, Aren't the 2 of you being too polite? You actually came to welcome me personally. Scram. However, Huang Shi and Shi Qianma's furious growls responded to him. Just when Shen Cangxing was going to speak, he suddenly realized that the aura was getting closer. In the next second, he saw Yi Chen running in the air from far away. It's him. Did this brat kill Zhu Chao and the mysterious Snake King's son? This brat is coming to me. Shen Cangxing was stunned at first, but he was elated. Huang Shi and Shi Qianma had a drastic change of expression. They pushed Shen Cangxing away and flew far away again. Before Shen Cangxing could react, Yi Chen appeared 100 meters away in a flash. Yi Chen appeared 100 meters away in a flash and threw a punch at Huang Shi. Huang Shi roared in rage, no. Subsequently, he exploded into a bloody mist. Yi Chen was dumbstruck. Shen Cangxing's brain short-circuited. Huang Shi was killed by a single punch? Shi Qianma knelt before Yi Chen. She was terrified. Mad Southerny, let me go. Let me go. I swear that I'll never be your enemy again. It's too late. Yi Chen squinted, sensing his killing intent. Shi Qianma screamed at Shen Cangxing next to her. Shen Cangxing, brother Shen, save me, save me. Before she was done speaking, her entire body was sliced into half directly. A streak of crimson blood splattered into the sky. Shen Cangxing watched everything blankly. He felt like there was a buzz in his head, and he no longer looked the same as before. The person that I've traveled 1,000 miles to kill has killed Huang Shi and Shi Qianma right before me. One must know that Huang Shi and Shi Qianma were no weaker than him. His pupils suddenly dilated. Wait, this brat's name is Mad Southerny. He could not help but feel shocked as he thought to this point. He took a deep breath and turned around to leave. He looked like a passerby who did not know Huang Shi and the rest at all. He did not hesitate at all. Mysterious Snake King, F*CKU. I can't believe you're asking me to kill the China #1. He could only hope that Yi Chen would not recognize him. However, what he was afraid of happened. A calm voice came from behind him. Wait. Shen Cangxing paused and turned his head to smile at Yi Chen stiffly. Brother, I didn't see anything. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Yi Chen glanced at him. What's your name? I'm Lu Des Hui. Shen Cangxing said calmly. I don't know either of them. Yi Chen glanced at him wryly. If I remember correctly, they called you Shen Cangxing earlier, didn't they? Stop pretending. Shen Cangxing's heart sank upon realizing that he was exposed. He said, while smiling, Mad Southerny, I have no grudge with you. I won't tell anyone about Huang Shi and the rest's death. He secretly hated Shi Qianma. Just die if you want to die. Why did you have to call my name? No grudge. Yi Chen chuckled softly and said, The immortal behind you is the mysterious Snake King, am I right? I've killed the mysterious Snake King's son. As a Chuma disciple, aren't you going to avenge the mysterious Snake King? The mysterious Snake King is the mysterious Snake King, and I'm me, Shin Songxing said with an unnatural expression. The 4 of them have left. You're the only one left. Go. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and walked to him one step after another with his arms behind his back. Shin Songxing took a step back by instinct and said coldly, Mad Southerny, don't force me. The mysterious Snake King's terror isn't something you can imagine. If you take another step forward, I'll invite him out. The mysterious Snake King? Yi Chen chuckled. You're just a worm. How dare you call yourself a king? Sure, I'll give you a chance. Please. Yi Chen chuckled. You asked for it. Shin Songxing sneered coldly and immediately roared. Invite Third Master Lu. However, in the next second, unlike what he had imagined, Third Master Lu did not seem to sense the black energy merging into his body. He did not move at all. How was that possible? His expression changed slightly, and he said again, Invite Third Master Lu. There was still no response. Invite Third Master Lu. Invite Third Master Lu. Shin Songxing shouted dozens of times in one breath. The method of inviting immortals that had worked every time in the past was useless at that moment. He looked at Yi Chen in shock and disbelief. At this moment, he finally understood. It was not that the method of inviting immortals was ineffective. It was that Third Master Lu did not dare to come at all. He did not even dare to possess his body. That was because Third Master Lu was afraid of Mad Southerny. His scalp exploded as soon as that thought appeared. Invite him. Yi Chen said coldly. Chapter 341. Why don't you invite them? Shin Songxing's heart jolted when he saw Yi Chen's mysterious smile. He gulped and said, Mad Southerny, can you let me go? I won't interfere with the grudge between you and the mysterious Snake King. His heart was filled with sorrow as he spoke to this point. He was secretly sad. Shin Songxing had been dominating the Northeast for decades and was regarded as a great immortal. He had never spoken to anyone so humbly. However, he had no choice but to do so now. The reason being that the young man standing before him was the China #1. He had killed Huang Xie and Shi Qianmo right before him. Now that he thought about it, Yin Santong and Bai Shiny must be dead too. It's not impossible to let you go. Yi Chen blew the last puff of smoke out and stepped on the cigarette, he said, but you must bring me to the old forest to see the so-called 5 kings. What? Shin Songxing was secretly shocked as if he had heard something terrifying. You're going to kill the 5 kings? The 5 kings were the most powerful beings among all the immortals in the entire Northeast. Moreover, they had lived for close to 1,000 years and witnessed countless dynasties. They were known as immortals. Yet Yi Chen was going to kill them? Shin Songxing said immediately as he thought to this point, Mad Southerny, I admit that you're powerful, but I'm warning you not to go. Why? Yi Chen smiled calmly. Shin Songxing took a deep breath in. The 5 kings are beyond your imagination. The reason why you could kill Huang Xie and the rest is that they're restricted by the heavenly Tao. They can't leave the old forest, so they could only send their clones to possess Huang Xie and the rest. The clone's ability is less than 50% of their original ability. Just lead the way. I'll kill you right now if you say another word. Yi Chen shook his head lightly, feeling rather impatient. Lushan. It was located in Liao Province's north town and belonged to the Yin mountain range. Legend had it that Emperor Shun, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, named the 12 mountains in the country. Lushan was one of them. It had been known as the most beautiful mountain in the entire Northeast. However, many people were gathered there at the moment. It turned out that an unknown creature's cry came from Lushan yesterday. The cry was so shrill that everyone within 50 miles heard it. After the incident was posted on the internet, many netizens guessed that there were savages in the mountain. That was why so many people came to watch. Du Xiaoxiao, who was a well-known outdoor anchor on a certain fish anchor platform, was among them. Du Xiaoxiao was liked by a large number of male animals because she dressed sexily and loved to make dirty jokes. Thanks for subscribing to Wanderlife. Fishballs, thank you for happiness. At this moment, Du Xiaoxiao, who was dressed extremely sexily, was accompanied by her fans. She was holding a live stream phone in one hand and a microphone in the corner of her mouth in the other. Why did a 90-year-old woman die naked on the street? Why were hundreds of female donkeys screaming in the middle of the night? Why are condoms being stolen from the store? Du Xiaoxiao's opening remarks had caused the male animals in the live streaming channel to scream, and all kinds of bullet screen comments were flying everywhere. She coughed and went back to the main topic. Welcome to Xiaoxiao's live streaming channel. As you can see, Lushan is behind me. Today, Xiaoxiao will reveal the secret of whether there are savages on the internet. Sob. Xiaoxiao risked being captured by savages to do a live stream for everyone. Brothers and sisters, remember to support me. Send me free gifts if there are any. Du Xiaoxiao paused for a moment. Just when she was about to say something, she suddenly heard a scream behind her. She quickly turned around and saw 4 plumes of black smoke drifting from afar. The black smoke was like a long dragon, but it was flying very low. When the 4 plumes of black smoke passed by the crowd, they suddenly swept up 4 adult men. As chewing sounds were heard, 4 skeletons appeared on the ground. The 4 plumes of black smoke flew deep into Lushan in the blink of an eye. Such a strange scene instantly shocked everyone. There's a monster. A monster is eating people. Run. The people screamed when they snapped back to their senses. They pushed and shoved each other as they ran. They wished that their parents had given them an extra pair of legs back then. The beautiful live streamer, Du Xiaoxiao, turned off the live stream immediately. She ran with the crowd while being escorted by her fans. She no longer looked as charming and confident as before. However, there were 2 people who did not run. Instead, they walked in the opposite direction of the crowd. They were Yi Qin and Xin Songxing. He had seen the 4 plumes of black smoke eating people earlier, but he did not manage to save them in time. Du Xiaoxiao shouted while running when she saw the duo from far away. Run, run now. There's a monster. A monster is eating people. Yi Qin glanced at her and proceeded to walk to her. Don't go any further, handsome. Run with us now. There's really a monster. Du Xiaoxiao grabbed Yi Qin angrily. Yi Qin smiled. Just when he was going to speak, a man who had walked a few meters away turned his head and said to Du Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, why do you still have the time to care about other people's lives? His name was Yubin, and he was Du Xiaoxiao's fan. A fan meant a fan, and he was also Du Xiaoxiao's big brother. He often gave Du Xiaoxiao gifts since his family was rich. Yubin had been wanting to get her into bed, which was why he suggested to look for the savages in Lushan. Naturally, his goal was to conquer her. Never had he thought that instead of finding the savages, he would encounter a monster. Apart from being afraid, he was a little depressed. Yubin spoke again. Everyone is running out, but these 2 idiots are still walking in. Since they're seeking death, let them be. Handsome, there really is a monster. We saw it. The 4 plumes of black smoke ate 4 people alive. Du Xiaoxiao could not help but persuade him. She secretly made up her mind that she would not care if Yi Qin still did not believe her. Yubin urged, Xiaoxiao, let's go. When these 2 fools see the monster, they will regret it. Yi Qin smiled lightly and said to Du Xiaoxiao while looking at her, Thank you for your kindness, but I'm here to kill those 5 animals. Kill? Evil creature? Yubin sneered, Do you think you're high? I think your brain is really damaged. Yi Chen shook his head and ignored the two of them. He took a step out and leaped into the air like a giant dragon. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the entire ground like a god looking down on all living beings. His extremely cold voice sounded. Mysterious Snake King, Black Bear King, Weasel King, Hedgehog King, and Rat King. Get the hell out here and die. Seeing the scene, Yu Bin and Du Xiaoxiao were stunned. His mouth was wide open. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. F***CK. No one knew who burst out with vulgarities. Subsequently, the people who had run a distance away turned around by instinct and happened to see Yi Chen in the sky. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. God, is that young man in the sky a god? How does he walk in the air? Is he here to kill demons? Countless people stared blankly at the silhouette in the sky. Yu Bin gulped, almost passing out from the shock. He's so handsome. Du Xiaoxiao clenched her fists as she watched Yi Chen in the sky. She suddenly said while blushing. Seeing that there was no movement around, Yi Chen chuckled. Yi Chen chuckled and took out a cigarette. He put it in his mouth after lighting it up and said again, I'll give you guys a cigarette. If you guys don't come out by then, I'll burn the entire Lushan today. I'll destroy your lair and your descendants. P.S. The first chapter will be published at 12:30 p.m. There are 2 more chapters. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The plot is more exciting. Chapter 342. As soon as Yi Chen said that, everyone's expression changed, and fear appeared on their faces. There was more than one monster in Lushan. What shocked them even more was that Yi Chen was fighting the 5 demons alone. I can't. The beautiful anchor, Du Xiaoxiao's face, was as red as blood. She looked like a love-struck fool. Too handsome, too domineering. I can't help but like him. Handsome? Yu Bin's face twitched when he heard that. He said sourly, It's illegal to set fire to a mountain. Whoever sets fire to a mountain will go to jail. If one person sets fire to a mountain, the whole family will suffer. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaoxiao looked at him as if he was an idiot. Hee. Do you think such a strong man would be afraid of going to jail? The jealousy in Yu Bin's heart increased. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a series of roars that sounded like a tsunami. It was as if 10,000 beasts were galloping and the earth was shaking. Everyone's expression changed. The next moment, countless birds and beasts rushed out from the surrounding forest, the sky, and the ground. They were so dense that it made people's scalps go numb. We were surrounded. Someone said with a pale face. It had always been said that people surrounded people, but this was the first time they were surrounded by a group of wild beasts. What puzzled them was, after these wild beasts surrounded them, they did not attack. Instead, they formed a circle and stared coldly at everyone. Roar! An angry roar came from the forest in the distance. Then a monster as thick as a bucket leaped out of the forest. The monster brought along a gust of wind as its huge body knocked down a few trees. Everyone focused their eyes and their faces turned pale. It was a gigantic white snake. To be exact, it was a white python. The scales all over its body shone with a piercing, cold gleam. The white python lifted its head and glared at Yi Chen coldly. It could not stop flicking its red tongue. The ground began to shake. Bang, 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 following a series of loud noises, a 3-meter-tall black bear walked out of the forest. With every step it took, a large pit would appear in the ground. Roar! Another furious roar resounded. A weasel that was taller than a person walked out of the forest. The weasel's entire body was covered in white fur, and it looked extremely old. However, its body emitted a power that made people's hearts palpitate. A meter-long rat burst out from the ground. The rat was plump and sturdy, and its egg-sized eyes flickered with a cold glint. A huge round ball rolled over from afar like a hurricane. sending sand and stones flying. When the round ball stopped, it suddenly turned into a huge hedgehog. The barbs on its back were like steel needles. At this moment, apart from the immortal fox lineage, the 5 immortals of the Northeast had gathered. Shocking, the scene was shocking. Dead silence, the whole place was dead silent. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with a face full of fear. Their legs couldn't stop trembling as if they were having a stroke. They were all ordinary people. He had never seen such a huge animal before. Yubin was even more unbearable. He was so scared that he sat on the ground. A stream of yellow liquid flowed down from his trousers. He was so scared that he peed. Du Xiaoxiao covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound. The big black bear glanced at the people in disdain and looked at Shen Songxing next to him. It said in human language, "Shen Songxing, you're great. I can't believe that you brought this brat to our territory." Shen Songxing looked bitter. He didn't do it on his own. He was forced. The big black bear scoffed and lifted its head to look at Yi Qin, who was in the air. "Mad Southerny, forget it that you killed our Chuma disciples outside. I can't believe that you're so arrogant that you dare to come to the old forest to look for us." Yi Qin said nothing. Instead, he stretched his arm out and counted them one by one. There was joy between his brows. The big black bear said in his deep voice, "What are you counting?" "I'm counting how many magic tools I can refine for me after I kill you guys," Yi Qin said in all seriousness. The Black Bear King was enraged. Are you the Black Bear King?" Yi Qin looked down at it. The big black bear smiled proudly. "That's right. I'm the Black Bear King, Nye Xiong. Seeing that you're not far from death, you can call me Second Master Nye." It was ranked second among the 5 Northeast Immortals. Not only was it the second oldest, but its ability was also more powerful than the rest. Yi Qin nodded. "I'll take your beast core and that pair of bear paws. I'll bring them back for my daughter to try." Everyone was shocked to hear that. Countless people looked at Yi Qin blankly. They could not believe that he dared to say something like that to anger them at this point. Was he out of his mind? Handsome, he's so handsome. On the other hand, Du Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with shyness. This is my ideal man. He's majestic and fearless in the face of danger. Mad Southerny, there's a way out for you. Instead, you're barging into hell. The huge white python spat out its crimson tongue and said in a voice full of resentment, "Do you know that the entire old forest is our territory? Here, we can completely unleash our true strength." It was a female voice, so it must be a female. "Are you the mysterious Snake King?" Yi Qin asked. The big white python chuckled. "That's right. I'm the mysterious Snake King, Lu Ying. I'm ranked 3rd. You killed my son, Lu Xian. Today, I want you to," Yi Qin interrupted her before she could finish. "Your snakeskin isn't bad. It's suitable to be refined into a protective armor. Also, your snakeskin bones can be refined into an offensive magic tool. Your meat can be used to make snake soup." Lu Ying was furious. Yi Qin ignored her directly and turned to look at the Weasel King, Hedgehog King, and Rat King who were standing aside. He shook his head lightly, feeling rather disappointed. "Compared to those 2, the 3 of you are useless. One of you is a weasel that only knows how to fart, and the other is a mouse that likes to dig into the ground. Both of you are filthy and filthy. I can smell the stench on your bodies from far away." He looked at the hedgehog, who was the Hedgehog King, as he spoke to this point. "You better. The barbs on your body are rather useful. I'll peel them off later and refine them into armor for my daughter to wear. I believe she'll like it." The 5 immortals could not stop roaring as soon as he said that. The 5 immortals could not stop shrieking in rage. The battle had yet to begin, but Yi Qin was already planning how to deal with them. Although they had been cultivating for 1,000 years and their hearts were calm, they could not suppress the rage within them when faced with such a situation. As they roared, the beast horde around roared too. Everyone's faces turned pale from fear. and they could not help but shake. Many of them could not stop cursing Yi Chen secretly. Damn it. Don't drag us down, even if you want to die. You've King enjoyed yourself. We're the unlucky ones. Kill him. I'm going to break his bones, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. The mysterious Snake King flicked her tongue, and her gigantic snake body leaped into the sky directly. Meanwhile, the remaining 4, including the Black Bear King, turned into 4 black energies and charged at Yi Chen. At the same time, strong winds and storms stirred in the entire Lushan. It was a majestic sight. Chapter 343. 5 black energy soared into the sky. At that moment, demonic energy shot into the sky. The entire world dimmed. Meanwhile, the pressure that they released made the people on the ground crawl on the ground involuntarily. They were shaking. It was terrifying. Their aura alone was unbearable. How powerful were they? Shen Songxing's expression changed at first, then he chuckled. The 5 immortals' aura almost suffocated him. Therefore, to him, no matter how powerful Yi Chen was, he would definitely not be able to fight the 5 immortals who were fighting together. Yubin scoffed. Although Yi Chen was human, he hoped that Yi Chen would be killed by the 5 immortals at that moment. He had no idea that if Yi Chen died, they would die too. Handsome, you must win. I'll buy you a chicken dinner by then. Du Xiao screamed at Yi Chen at the top of her lungs. If her hundreds of thousands of fans heard that question, they would definitely scream. Naturally, many perverts would ask, where are we eating? The internet cafe or the hotel? Yi Chen, who was in the air, shook his head. Yi Chen, who was in the air, shook his head. Subsequently, he looked at the 5 black energies that were coming at him and smiled calmly. All 5 of you? Sure, I like it. Go to hell. A voice filled with boundless killing intent came. It was the Black Bear King who attacked first. He waved his fists from the bottom to the top like a rocket being launched. A shocking red gleam exploded from his fists. The red gleam grew in the wind and slapped at Yi Chen's head like Panga's hand that split the sky apart. He had the most powerful ability among them. Moreover, he was fighting in his true form, so he was not afraid of Yi Chen at all. Great! Yi Chen laughed hysterically. He tilted his body and fell from the sky like a dragon diving into the ocean. His aura was shocking. He threw a punch at the Black Bear King from above. The dazzling, golden fist shadow was like a dazzling sun. Bang! The 2 fists collided. A vast halo of light suddenly spread out in all directions like a wave. Everywhere it passed, the air was completely annihilated. Even the other 4 immortals could not help but change their expressions. Bang! The Black Bear King staggered. He was thrown tens of meters away from Yi Chen's punch. He was secretly shocked when he managed to stabilize himself. How can his body be so powerful? Even awakened ones from the West can't do it, right? No wonder you're a black bear. Your skin is thick and you're tough. Surprise flashed through Yi Chen's eyes upon seeing that he was fine. Mad Southern Yi, don't be so arrogant. The big white python, the mysterious Snake King's eyes were cold. Its massive body elongated instantly. It was like a thick, white ribbon that shot through the air and charged at Yi Chen at an extremely fast speed. Her speed had shockingly broken through the sound barrier, causing the air in her surroundings to tremble without end and emit waves of explosions. The next moment, she appeared before Yi Chen and swung her long snake tail at Yi Chen. There was a gust of wind and a monstrous aura. Her tail could destroy a building. Yi Chen's expression remained the same. He extended his arm and grabbed her tail at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Then he swung her around forcefully. The people on the ground saw Yi Chen holding a giant snake in his hand and swinging it around. His movements were like a child tying a rock to a wheel. Does it have to be so terrifying? Countless people stared with their eyes wide open. The mysterious Snake King growled and struggled. However, she realized that Yi Chen's hand was like a steel hoop that locked onto her. "Let me help you." The Rat King leaped and opened its mouth at the same time, revealing 2 sharp teeth. Subsequently, it bit Yi Chen's hand. Its teeth could bite through anything, including diamonds. Therefore, to it, Yi Chen's arm would definitely be bitten off with just 1 bite. However, in the next second, it felt a wave of soreness in its teeth, as if it had bitten something extremely hard, and its front teeth were directly shattered. It was in so much pain that it was tearing up. "Your mouth stinks." Yi Chen smirked in disdain. He swung the mysterious Snake King in his hand and smashed it directly. Their bodies collided. As 2 devastating shrieks came, the Rat King was thrown out directly. Upon seeing that, Yi Chen's expression changed. "Mad Southern Yi, do you only know such a shameless way of fighting? Put third brother down if you dare, and fight the 5 of us fair and square." The Black Bear King and the Hedgehog King were furious. They dared not get close to Yi Chen. After all, he was swinging the mysterious Snake King around like a club. They said that, out of anger, they thought Yi Chen would not agree to that. Never had they thought that Yi Chen would toss the mysterious Snake King out. He turned his head to look at them with a serious expression on his face. "Sure, since you guys don't want to play anymore, I'll fulfill your wish." The Black Bear King and the rest's hearts sank. The hearts of the Black Bear King and the rest sank. They had a bad feeling about it. In the next second, Yi Chen took a step forward. There was mockery in his eyes when he looked at them. "Are you guys hiding in the forest because you're afraid of the heavenly tribulation? I'll show you guys the heavenly tribulation today." Yi Chen waved at the sky. "Thunder, come." Almost at that moment, the clouds that were initially clear turned dark within the blink of an eye. Thunderclouds gathered. Rumble. The sound of thunder exploded in the clouds, and a strong wind blew. It was as if the heavens were angry and the people were resentful, causing great shock to the hearts of the people. Countless people watched that blankly. Even the 5 immortals, including the Black Bear King, had intense shock on their faces. Anyone would feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Anyone would feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Many people subconsciously knelt on the ground and prayed. However, the Black Bear King and the rest of the immortals were more afraid than anything else. They were mutated spirits that were most envied by the heavens. They would have to face all sorts of disasters to become more powerful, and the most powerful one was the Heavenly Thunder Gate. The Heavenly Tao was heartless. Therefore, they had been hiding in the old forest all these years because the old forest would not be covered by the heavenly tribulation. This was because the old forest would not be covered by the lightning tribulation. After all, there were tens of thousands of living beings in the old forest. If they were to be killed, these living beings would also be destroyed. The Heavenly Tao seemed to be sentimental. That was the reason why they dared to fight Yi Chen in the sky. As long as they were in the old forest, they were fearless and could fight with all their might. However, things had changed now. They looked at the silhouette that stood in the sky with his arms behind his back. There was lightning above his head, and he was stepping in the air like the god of thunder. The Black Bear King and the rest could not stop shaking. He summoned lightning with a single word. That was an immortal method. Even people from Shang Santian who were isolated from the world could not do that, could they? How could they not panic? "Oh no, retreat now!" The Rat King shrieked in an extremely devastating manner. Subsequently, it charged toward the ground as if it was trying to dig a hole to hide underground. In the next second, a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a baby's arm tore through the clouds and descended from the sky. It was like a lightning snake that struck the Rat King directly. Rumble. The Rat King was struck by the lightning before it landed. The Rat King's body and soul were destroyed. At that moment, the entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone's expression froze one after another. The Black Bear King and the rest of the immortals had fear written all over their faces. P.S. There are 2 more chapters at 9 p.m. Please vote for them. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Chapter 344. The Rat King, one of the 5 kings of the Northeast who had lived for close to 1,000 years, was killed by a bolt of lightning just like that. Only an orb the size of a pigeon's egg was left hovering in the air. Repressed, terrified, shocked, horrified, emotions spread between heaven and earth. Shen Songxing, you deserve to die. The mysterious Snake King was almost roaring from her throat. Before this, the 5 kings were only slightly mad when Yi Qin killed Huang Xie, Yin Santong, and the rest on his own. They did not take Yi Qin seriously because they had only sent their clones. Even after Yi Qin chased them to the old forest, they still thought that the 5 of them could kill Yi Qin. They even praised Shen Songxing for luring Yi Qin here. However, after the shocking lightning earlier, all of their confidence and arrogance were gone. All the confidence and conceit in their hearts had disappeared along with the death of the Rat Immortal King. Yi Qin could summon lightning. That was something that they had never thought of. That was what they were afraid of. Therefore, the mysterious Snake King hated Shen Songxing. Facing the mysterious Snake King's rage, Shen Songxing blankly stared at Yi Qin in the air as if he did not hear anything. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. He was glad that he did not attack Yi Qin from the beginning. Otherwise, such a powerful person could kill him with a lift of his arm. Boom! A dull clap of thunder came from the dark clouds, completely rousing everyone from their daze. Everyone's faces were filled with incomparable awe and fear. Yubin could not stop shaking. Subsequently, he could not stop slapping himself. What the F***CK? I called him an idiot earlier. Had anyone seen an idiot who could fly in the air and summon lightning with a single word? This was clearly a F***king deity. The beautiful lip-streamer, Du Xiaoxiao, had her mouth wide open. She patted her pretty face that was flushing softly. I am not dreaming, am I? In the next second, she revealed a sweet dimple. She was so happy that a sweet dimple appeared on her face. If it's a dream, I hope it won't end in my lifetime. Yi Qin stretched his arm out and waved at the golden orb in the air. He held it in his hand as a smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, I held back. Otherwise, its beast core would have been smashed. The golden pearl was the Rat King's inner core. The mysterious Snake King, Black Bear King, Hedgehog King, and Weasel King felt their scalps go numb when they saw the Rat King's inner core being taken away. It turned out that he wasn't bluffing just now. He said he wanted to take the inner core, so he took it. Thinking of this, the Weasel King roared, "He can only summon 1 bolt of lightning. 4 of you, let's split up and run. He can't kill us all at once." To it, although Yi Qin's ability to summon lightning with a single word was impressive, there should be a limit to it. As soon as he said that, a glimmer of hope flashed across the Black Bear King and the other 2 immortals' despairing eyes. That's right, this kid definitely can't summon 4 bolts of lightning at the same time. Run in different directions. The Black Bear King roared. Almost at that moment, the 4 immortals ran in 4 different directions. Run? Where are you going? Yi Qin chuckled. Subsequently, he opened his mouth slowly and said softly, "Where my thoughts are, it's the lightning punishment." As soon as the word of punishment fell, boom! A series of thunderclaps came from the clouds, and 4 bolts of lightning as thick as a baby's arm struck toward the Black Bear King and the other immortals. The Weasel Wind King, who was running the fastest, heard a crackling sound behind him. He turned around subconsciously and saw a bolt of lightning coming at him. At that moment, all the hair on its body stood up, and it subconsciously raised its hand to block the attack. At the same time, it roared, "No!" Boom! The bolt of lightning struck its body with unerring accuracy. There was an ear-piercing explosion. The Weasel King was dead. Another inner core appeared where it was before. The Black Bear King, the mysterious Snake King, and the Hedgehog King saw this scene as well. Before they could react, a bolt of lightning struck before them one after another, although the lightning did not strike them. However, he managed to stop them. The bodies of the three immortals stiffened, and they did not dare to move. However, their hearts were in turmoil. Obviously, the Weasel King was wrong. Yi Chen could control 4 bolts of lightning at the same time. The price of guessing wrongly was death. The Black Bear King looked at Yi Chen in shock. You must be from Shangshangtian. Only people from that place can be so terrifying. The mysterious Snake King and the Hedgehog King inhaled sharply when they heard that. In reality, Yi Chen's technique could no longer be called a spell. It was close to a divinity and was no different from an immortal spell. Who else could possess such an ability? Who else could it be apart from Shangtian? Therefore, they subconsciously thought that Yi Chen was from Shangtian. That was the only explanation for everything before them. Yi Chen put the Weasel King's inner core away and stood with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Do you know why the Weasel King died and not the 3 of you?" "Why?" The Hedgehog King could not help but ask. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. "I've always been a man of my word. I'll definitely do what I said to dig out your inner cores and peel your skin. I won't get anything if you guys are killed by lightning." As soon as he said that, the 3 immortals had a drastic change of expression. The mysterious Snake King shuddered and said in fear, "Master Immortal, I don't think there's any enmity between us, right? Even if we possessed Huang Xie and the rest to fight you, they're the ones who died." It dared not call Yi Chen by his name. Instead, it called him Master Immortal. To the Northeasterners, they were omnipotent immortals. However, how could they call themselves immortals when compared to Yi Chen? That's right. The Black Bear King suppressed the fear within him and said, "Moreover, the Weasel King and the Rat King are dead. Can you spare our lives as a show of kindness? It's not easy for us to cultivate to where we are today." "That's right, Master Immortal. As long as you don't kill us, the few of us are willing to be your slaves." The Hedgehog King kowtowed. Even ordinary people were afraid of death. Moreover, they were mutants who had cultivated for close to 1,000 years. Yi Chen said expressionlessly as he met their gaze, "What if I'm not willing?" The Black Bear King's expression changed drastically upon hearing that. The Black Bear King had a drastic change of expression. He took a deep breath in and said, "Then we can only get our big sister to help us." "That's right. Get our big sister to help us." The mysterious Snake King nodded immediately. Big sister? Surprise flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Was there a more powerful immortal? At the same time, a cold wind blew in the forest beneath his feet. The people on the ground could not help but shiver. Subsequently, they felt sleepy and fell to the ground at the same time. After the cold wind, the beast horde that surrounded him earlier retreated. The beast horde that surrounded him earlier retreated at the same time. It was as if they had received some order. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said with a scoff, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the immortal fox behind the Hu family, am I right? Show yourself. Stop playing tricks. Otherwise, I, Yi Chen, will destroy Lushan today." P.S. There's one last update at 10:30 p.m. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 345. When he was in the Hu family, Yi Chen noticed that something was off from the ancient painting on the wall. However, he did not probe further since the Hu family was willing to help him. It only allowed Yang Tian to have a late-night chat. As for the 5 immortals of the Northeast, logically speaking, they should be Hu Huang, Bai, Lu, and Hui. However, there was no fox immortal among the 5 kings. Furthermore, the 5 kings were ranked from 2nd to 3rd. Then where did the 1st place go? Thus, when the Black Bear King said that he was going to invite Big Sister out, the Black Bear King's eyes widened. Yi Chen came to a realization. Number 1 indeed existed. As his voice fell, a faint sigh came from the forest. Then, a white figure slowly floated over from afar. It was a white fox. It was about the size of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Its fur was pure white and looked spotless, like the white snow on the heavenly mountain. The white fox walked over slowly. Her eyes were as charming as a woman's, but they inadvertently revealed a sense of sorrow and vicissitudes. She walked at a moderate pace. With every step she took, snowflakes would fall behind her. The falling snowflakes were separated by a green glow on her body. Compared to the huge bodies of the Black Bear King and the others, the Black Bear King and the others were much smaller. On the other hand, it appeared much smaller. However, with her appearance, the Black Bear King, the mysterious Snake King, and the Hedgehog King, who were originally in despair, were overjoyed. It was as if they had seen their savior. Big sister. The three immortals spoke at once. The white fox did not look at the three immortals. Instead, she walked to Yi Chen slowly. She stopped when she was less than 10 steps away from Yi Chen and bowed at him. "Greetings, immortal master Yi." Her voice was very soft, like a gentle trickle of water, but it was also as clear and melodious as a lark. Yi Chen took a good look at it and smiled calmly. "So, you're these pieces of trash's elder sister?" Compared to the Black Bear King and the others who were crude and barbaric, the white fox in front of him was graceful, like a lady from a noble family. "Exactly." The white fox nodded slightly and said, "Little Nya, Little Lu, and Little White were enlightened by me 1,000 years ago. I originally wanted to give them some good fortune, but I didn't expect that they would offend Celestial Master today, so I sincerely ask Celestial Master to spare them. You're just a mere clone, and you dare to come and ask me for her? Let your main body come here." Yi Chen shook his head expressionlessly. He could tell that the white fox before him was merely a manifestation of spiritual energy. The white fox hesitated for a moment, then smiled apologetically. "I was rude. Please follow me, Mr. Yi." After saying that, she walked straight into the forest. Yi Chen followed immediately. As for the Black Bear King and the rest, he left them where they were. He was not worried that they would run away. The white fox walked at a moderate pace, but in just 10 minutes, it had covered at least 10 kilometers. Finally, she stopped outside a quiet canyon. Outside the canyon was a bottomless bamboo forest. The sound of a zither lingered in the forest. It seemed sorrowful and full of vicissitudes. "Immortal Master Yi, I'll wait for you in the forest." The white fox smiled solemnly before dispersing. The next moment, the bamboo forest began to change. The bamboos moved back and forth as if they were alive. A few breaths later, the bamboo forest disappeared and was replaced by a quiet path. Formation? Yi Chen squinted, feeling rather surprised. He did not expect the white fox to know how to use plants as a formation. If an ordinary person were to witness that, they would definitely not dare to enter. However, Yi Chen walked in without even thinking about it. As he entered, the scenery that greeted his eyes was completely different. It was a peach blossom forest. It was summer at the moment, but peach blossoms filled the entire mountain as far as the eye could see. The zither continued playing. Yi Chen walked toward the direction of the zither and saw a stone pavilion in the middle of the peach blossom forest. A lady was sitting on the stone pavilion. The lady was dressed in ancient clothes. She was plain without any accessories, as if she wanted to blend into the peach blossoms. Her hair was tied up simply with a silk ribbon. Even Yi Chen, who claimed that he had seen countless women, could not help but be slightly dazed when he saw her face. Although the lady was dressed in plain clothes without any accessories, she had a beauty that could topple a nation. To be exact, it would be more appropriate to describe her as a beauty that could topple a nation. Her eyes were lively like bright gems. However, she was currently staring at a zither on the stone table in a daze. She was fiddling with it as if she was sobbing. Yi Chen was not in a rush to interrupt her. Instead, he listened quietly. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, the song ended and the flowers fell. The lady stood up and bowed at Yi Chen. She said, while smiling, "I'm Humiling. Greetings, immortal Master Yi." As she stood up, only then did Yi Chen notice that there were 2 chains wrapped around her hands. The end of the chains led to the stone pavilion. He could not help but frown and say, "If I'm not mistaken, you're the lady in the ancient painting on the Hu residence's wall, am I right?" "Yes, immortal master Yi, that's me." Hu Miling nodded slightly and said, "There's a trace of my spiritual consciousness left in the Hu family's portrait, so I was able to detect it when Celestial Master used your spiritual power to spy on it that day. I hope, Celestial Master, you won't blame me if I've been rude. Don't worry about it." Yi Chun smiled calmly and said, "Old master who wanted to reject Aunt Hong's request for help that day. I suppose you're the one who secretly instructed him to change his mind? I see that the grudge between you and the Hu family is deep. Why don't you have many Chuma disciples or people from the immortal fox lineage? It seems like you have many questions for me, Mr. Yi." Hu Miling sighed faintly and said, "I'll answer, immortal master. Yes, second question first. I believe Mr. Yi can tell that I'm a 2,000-year-old fox demon," she said with a nostalgic look on her face. "1,000 years ago, I cultivated the Nine Tails and wanted to cross the heavenly barrier to achieve the great Tao. But before I crossed the heavenly barrier, I was injured in a fight with someone." Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression turned slightly serious. He could feel that Hu Miling's cultivation was equivalent to the foundation establishment stage in his previous life. It was nothing in the cultivation world, but on Earth, which lacked spiritual energy, she was an existence that could sweep through the world. Such a person was actually injured by someone. Hu Miling paused and said, "After that, the heavenly past descended, and I was about to die under the lightning tribulation. At the crucial moment, a passing convoy stopped at the place where I was going through the tribulation. It turned out that there was a woman in the convoy who was having a difficult birth and was bleeding profusely, and a strand of lightning that escaped just happened to strike the convoy. 5 people in the convoy, including the pregnant woman, died on the spot. Only a newborn baby survived. The lightning created a lightning horseback cloth at the same time." Guilt flashed through her beautiful face as she spoke to this point. "I managed to avoid the lightning tribulation with the help of the lightning horseback cloth." Yi Chun was surprised. "What's the lightning horseback cloth?" Hu Miling blushed as soon as she heard that. Hu Miling's pretty face heated up, and she subconsciously lowered her head. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. "The so-called thunderbolt riding cloth is the product of a woman's menstrual tape being struck by lightning. P.S. Today's update is over. Thank you for your support. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes." Chapter 346. Yi Chin could not help but look stunned. He claimed that he was a cultivator and had seen a lot, but it was his first time hearing about the lightning horseback cloth. Menstrual pads are the dirtiest thing in the world. Hu Miling paused and proceeded to speak. Therefore, it can suppress the extreme yang energy of lightning, especially a pregnant woman's menstrual pads. I was lucky to survive because of this. She paused as she spoke to this point. There was a trace of fear on her beautiful face. Nobody could imagine it. On a night 1,000 years ago, thunder rumbled and the power of heaven was unpredictable. An injured white fox lay on the ground, shaking. Subsequently, it lifted the lightning horseback cloth above its head and dodged the lightning that struck. Its fur was burnt, and it looked like a mess. Yi Chin came to a realization when he heard that. He said, "If I'm not mistaken, the baby who survived is the ancestor of the Hu family in the northeast." "That's right. At the end of the day, his parents died because of me, but he saved my life. Therefore, I adopted him and even caught 5 goats. I raised each of them with goats and named him Hu." Hu Miling nodded slightly and said, "When he was 6 years old, I sent him down the mountain and gave him to a well-off family to be adopted. I also gave him a portrait with my spiritual power on it, which can help him avoid disasters." Yi Chin finally understood the grudge between the Hu family and her. She was the reason why the Hu family was able to survive for close to 1,000 years. One could tell that she was a grateful person. So why are you trapped here? Yi Chen took a good look at the shackles and chains on her hands. Since he came in, he noticed that the shackles and chains on Hu Mailing's hands were made of special materials. The chains would shrink whenever Hu Mailing wanted to walk out of the stone pavilion. Meanwhile, the peach blossom forest around might be a beautiful sight to outsiders, but to her it was a formation, a cage that was made to trap her. Immortal Master Yi is from Shang Santian, am I right? Hu Mailing did not answer his question. Yi Chen shook his head. No. This was not the first time he had heard these 3 words. Bai Zhanyuan said that he was from Shang Santian before he died. The second on the heaven leaderboard, Yang Junlin, had also introduced Shang Santian to him. Hu Mailing looked at him in surprise. Seeing that he did not seem to be faking it, she said, 800 years ago, I was imprisoned here by a formation set up by someone. The person who set up the formation came from Shang Santian. She leisurely took a step forward. Just as she was about to walk out of the stone pavilion, the surrounding peach blossom forest trembled. Then the iron chains on her back rapidly shrank, once again dragging her back into the stone pavilion. She opened her red lips and said, "This array formation is called the Prison of Broken Life." Prison of Broken Life? Yi Chen was surprised. Hu Mailing nodded and said, "The Prison of Broken Life cuts off one's past life, and there is no rebirth. I've been trapped here for 800 years, and other than facing the mountain full of peach blossoms and playing the zither, I could only comprehend some small spells to pass the time. Therefore, the white fox that Celestial Master you saw earlier was a small trick of mine. I figured out this little trick 500 years ago, and it was the first time I created the Prison of Life Reaping. It was also at that time that I met Lil Nya, Lil Lu, and Lil Bai. I casually enlightened them back then, and 500 years later, there were the 7 kings who are famous in the Northeast. The 7 kings? Yi Chen frowned. Hu Mailing nodded and said, "That's right, the 7 kings. I enlightened a total of 7 back then. Apart from the 5 kings, the other 2 were the 4th and 7th. The 4th was a spirit monkey, but it was captured by Shang Santian later on. The 7th was an eagle, but it failed to survive the disaster and died eventually." She stood up and bowed at Yi Chen. She said, "Immortal Master Yi, although Lil Nya and the rest have sinned, they don't deserve to die. Ever since they stepped onto the path of cultivation, they've accumulated much merit. When the 3 eastern provinces fell, many people hid in the old forest. It was Lil Nya and the rest who helped them secretly that they managed to avoid the Guangdong army. Back when the Guangdong army entered the mountain to capture those people, they encountered many strange things in the old forest. In the end, they even used cannons and airplanes to bomb the place. However, they failed to cause much damage to the old forest. It was all thanks to the 5 immortals. Therefore, I'm begging you to spare Lil Nya and the rest's lives, Immortal Master Yi. Of course, you can tell me if you have any requests." She bowed her slender waist completely as she spoke to this point. Yi Chen took a good look at her for a few seconds and said, while smiling all of a sudden, "I'm curious. You should know that I want the few pieces of Trash's beast cores out there. Why did you lure me into the formation? You must know that you're trapped here now. It's a piece of cake for me to attack you if I want to." "Of course, I know that." Hu Mailing sighed softly. "I've been trapped here for 800 years without any freedom. There's no difference between being alive and being dead to me. If Immortal Master you wants to attack me, I won't fight back at all. Don't you want to get out?" Yi Chen asked. "Get out?" Hu Mailing was slightly stunned. She said, "The world out there isn't the era that I'm familiar with anymore. Even if I get out, I don't know where to go. Moreover, I'm trapped here, so it's not easy for me to get out." Yi Chen controlled his divine consciousness to cover a kilometer radius. He said, after thinking about it for a moment, "It's not difficult to get out. I think this so-called life-forsaken prison is actually built on these peach blossoms. We'll be able to break the formation as soon as we kill all the peach blossoms on the mountain. Hu Meiling forced a smile as soon as she heard that. Hu Meiling smiled bitterly. You'll know once you try, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen performed the fireball tactic and attacked the peach blossoms nearby. However, the fireball did not burn when it hit the peach blossoms. It was useless. A look of surprise flashed across his face. One must know that his fireball tactic could blast a hole in a river. However, it was useless against the peach blossoms before him. Interesting. Just when he was going to take out his flying sword, Hu Meiling was not surprised at all. Hu Meiling, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. She said it's useless. The person who set up the formation was a formation master. The person who tied the bell has to untie it. Moreover, I don't want to get out. Yi Chen shook his head lightly upon hearing that she did not want to get out. He said, seeing that you're sincere, I'll spare the lives of the 3 fellas outside. However, you'll have to promise me 3 things. Just tell me what you want, Immortal Master Yi. Yi Chen said slowly, firstly, the 3 fellas outside can't do anything bad in the outside world under the name of Immortal Master Yi. Secondly, I'll take all the natural treasures in the old forest. Sure. Hu Meiling nodded and said, what about the 3rd thing? I haven't thought of the 3rd one yet. I'll tell you when I've thought of it. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Hu Meiling hesitated and said, Immortal Master Yi, can you give me Xiao Wei and Xiao Huang's beast cores? Impossible. Chapter 347. Seeing that Yi Chen was unwilling to hand over the 2 immortals' beast cores, Hu Meiling could only sigh softly and say nothing more. Hu Meiling could only sigh faintly and did not say anything else. However, Yi Chen did not care. If not for her, the Black Bear King, the mysterious Snake King, and the Hedgehog King would have died today. Hu Meiling waved her sleeve, and 2 jars of wine appeared on the table. She said while smiling, Immortal Mastery, take these 2 jars of wine as a gift from me. Monkey wine? Yi Chen was surprised. The so-called monkey wine was the fruit that the monkeys picked and hid in the tree holes as winter food. If there was enough food in winter, they would forget about some of the hidden fruits. As time went by, the forgotten fruits would ferment on their own. It sounded easy, but in reality it was difficult to achieve that condition. The choice of the tree hole was related to the local temperature and soil. Therefore, one could say that the real monkey wine was a coincidence. It was hard to get one even with money. Even if one had it, it would be difficult for ordinary people to use it. After all, they would be attacked by the monkeys. That's right. Hu Meiling smiled lightly and said, Old Forth gave this to me 300 years ago. There are a total of 10 jars. I've drunk 7 to 8 jars throughout the years. I'll give the last 2 jars to you, Immortal Mastery. I won't hold back then. Yi Chen smiled and put the monkey wine away. It was something that could only be found. It could prolong one's life, so it would be great to bring it back for his parents. Yi Chen left after chatting for a while. At the outskirts of the old forest, the people who had fainted earlier woke up. They could not help but release a sigh of relief when they realized that the monster horde that surrounded them earlier had dispersed. Meanwhile, the 3 immortals, the Black Bear King, the mysterious Snake King, and the Hedgehog King, were still hovering midair. They dared not move at all, and they looked worried. It had been at least half an hour since Yi Chen went in, but there was no movement at all. How could they not be secretly panicking? After all, it concerned their fate. Why did I fall asleep? The beautiful streamer, Du Xiao Xiao, woke up too. She opened her beautiful eyes wide as if she was looking for something. She suddenly asked Shen Songxing, who was next to her, that man earlier? Which man? Shen Songxing said impatiently. To him, Du Xiao Xiao and the rest were no different from ants. If it were not for Yi Chen, he would not even bother with them. Du Xiao Xiao didn't notice his impatience and subconsciously said, You're the little brother who killed the big rat and the weasel just now? Mad Southern, you was a little older brother? The corner of Shen Songxing's mouth twitched. Looking at the whole of China, You're the only one who dares to be so heartless as to call that fiend. The eyes of the Black Bear King and the others turned cold when they heard that. At this moment, a thin figure walked out from the forest. The three immortals' expressions changed. They quickly descended and knelt on the ground. Their bodies were trembling. Yi Chen looked at them and was going to speak. A beautiful figure suddenly threw herself at him. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Then he kissed her on the lips. Yi Chen was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned. Du Xiaoxiao only let go of him then. Her little face was so red that she looked like she was drunk. She mumbled while exhaling, "It's a dream anyway. It's a waste not to kiss him. I'll just treat it as a wet dream." Until now, she still felt like she was dreaming. After all, everything that she had seen earlier was just too shocking. It was like watching a movie. Women had always admired powerhouses. If the scene of Yi Chen beating up the five immortals spread to the outside world, many women would fall head over heels for him. Du Xiaoxiao was no exception. Dream? What dream? Yi Chen pursed his lips and looked at her in slight shock. Did someone just force a kiss on him? What are you looking at? That's my first kiss. You got lucky. Du Xiaoxiao glared at him with her arms on her waist when she saw him looking at her innocently. If her fans found out that she had given her first kiss to a stranger, they might jump off a building out of anger. She realized that something was wrong as soon as she said that, it's just a wet dream. How can it feel so real? She pinched herself hard and cried out in pain. Subsequently, her beautiful eyes widened and her pretty face was filled with embarrassment. Am I not dreaming? Yi Chen shook his head lightly. Subsequently, he looked at the Black Bear King and the other two kneeling before him and said in a deep voice, "I'll spare you guys this time for Humailing's sake. However, you can't escape punishment. Hand over your soul blood. Hand over your soul blood." The Black Bear King and the other two had a drastic change of expression. They were unwilling to give up. As soon as they handed over their soul blood, it would mean that their lives were in Yi Chen's hands. From now on, they would live if Yi Chen wanted them dead. However, after sensing the killing intent on Yi Chen, the three of them clenched their teeth and handed the soul blood to him. They had no choice. They would die immediately if they did not hand it over, but they would not die if they handed it over. That was the only choice anyone could make. Yi Chen left the old forest after putting their soul blood away. When Du Xiaoxiao snapped back to her senses and wanted to chase after him, he was already gone. At the same time, on a small mountain in Beijing, two figures were fighting in the forest. The two silhouettes fought in the forest, and the terrifying qi that overflowed from them flattened the nearby mountains. Bang! Yang Junlin, who ranked No. 2 on the heaven leaderboard, was sent flying by a young man in White's punch. His body flew dozens of meters away, and he was in a sorry state. "Junlin, are you all right?" Yan Nanfei, Han Qinhu, and the rest held him immediately. Yang Junlin spat a mouthful of blood and looked at the young man in white before him. His expression was filled with fear and seriousness. He was defeated by the young man in one move. Too weak. The number 2 on the heaven leaderboard is just SOSO. The young man in white shook his head lightly with his hands behind his back as if he was describing something very normal. The outside world is indeed the outside world. A bunch of country bumpkins. Yan Nanfei was furious and wanted to attack him. However, he was stopped by Yang Junlin. He looked at the young man in white and said, "Are you from Shang Santian?" "You know about Shang Santian." The young man in white was a little surprised. Yang Junlin said in a deep voice, "Don't people from Shang Santian never come out?" What did he want to do this time? "Let me remind you, don't forget what happened 100 years ago. You dare to threaten me?" The young man in white frowned and subsequently chuckled. "Go back and tell the government that I, by Hung Yu, am only here to kill someone. I hope the government won't be a busybody." After saying this, He disappeared on the spot. Yan Nanfei suppressed his anger and said, "This Bai fellow is looking down on us just because he's from Shang Santian. He's too arrogant." Yang Junlin shook his head lightly. "They're clearly here for Bai Zhenyuan's death. It seems like Supreme Yi is in big trouble." As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. The Xue family. Ever since Xue Xiao was killed by Yi Qin, the Xue family had been living in fear. They were scared that Yi Chen would kill them. However, the upper echelons of the Xue family were filled with excitement. The new master of the family, Xue Yuantao, led two ladies who were gorgeously dressed into a room. He said while bowing to an old man in green sitting by the table, "Patriarch, I've found the people that you're looking for." The old man in green looked like he was in his 60s. There was no aura coming from him at all, and he looked like an old man. However, Xue Yuantao dared not disrespect him at all. The reason being that the old man was from the Xue family. In terms of seniority, he was Xue Yuantao's great-grandfather. However, he had disappeared for 50 years. Now he was back all of a sudden. Xue Yuantao was almost 50 years old this year. One could tell that his great-grandfather's lifespan was extraordinarily long. "Get out first." The old man lifted his eyes to look at the two ladies behind Xue Yuantao. Xue Yuantao responded and walked out of the room after closing the door. A series of obscene moans came from the room. An hour later, a calm voice came from inside. "Come in." He pushed the door open and saw two corpses on the bed. They were naked, and their lower bodies were red and swollen. The most terrifying thing was that the two corpses were wrinkled as if they had been sucked dry. Xue Yuantao's heart skipped a beat. The old man said without even lifting his head, "How's the thing that I asked you to find out?" "Patriarch, we found out that Mad Southern Yi appeared in Ganzhou before. I think he went to the northeast after wreaking havoc on the spiritual medicine mountain." Xue Yuantao said immediately, "Inform them that we can close the net now." The old man grinned ferociously. "This time, I'll show this man what true fear is and what true despair is. P.S. There are 4 more chapters. I'm done. I'll post them tonight. I'm looking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Chapter 348. Yanjin Military HQ. Old Qin stared blankly out of the window with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Qin Xiaotian walked in from outside and said in a low voice, "Commander, those people from Shang Santian have already gone to Tianan. Little brat, he has really pierced through the sky this time." Old Qin sighed softly. "Xiaotian, go to Tianan and save as many as you can. I believe they won't dare to go too far out of respect for the military." Qin Xiaotian nodded. Just as he was about to leave, a jeep stopped at the door. Then 2 old men strode in. "The Dragon King has ordered that the military is not allowed to make a move, and we are not allowed to have any conflict with the people of Shang Santian." "Why?" Old Qin frowned slightly when he heard the 2 words Dragon King. After which he became somewhat angry. "Why? After that battle 50 years ago, the spine of the dragon soul was completely bent and could no longer stand up, right?" The 2 old men said expressionlessly, "Number 1 has agreed." Elder Qin directly smashed his favorite teapot on the ground and cursed. "Niu Qingshan is a good-for-nothing, a good-for-nothing. After kneeling once, he can never stand up again. F***CK off. F***CK off. Since when does a country need to be so afraid of a bunch of old farts? Where's my cannon? Where are my missiles? Tianan 9 dragons, Bei Villa, Yi family. The families of Yi Hai and Yi Tao were gathered together. Yi Wenwen sat at the side with Meng Meng in her arms. The 2 beauties, one big and one small, were playing games on their phones. Ever since Yi Wen became the general manager of Yaffle Cosmetics Company Limited, she was much more mature now. She would basically spend some time at Yi Chen's house every day. If you look closely, while playing the game, She would occasionally glance at the young man in white who was sitting opposite her. After noticing the white-robed youth's gaze, she hurriedly averted her gaze, her pretty face blushing. Yi Hai was delighted. He looked at Yi Tao and Yang Hui and said, I called you guys here today mainly to discuss Yuhan and Xiaoqin's wedding date. Is there even a need to discuss this? It's up to you, brother, Yi Chen's second aunt Yang Hui said while covering her mouth. Ever since the two families buried the hatchet, they often visited each other. Yi Tao said while smiling, that's right. Yuhan and Xiaoqin have been separated for 5 years and are finally back. What I'm trying to say is that the sooner they get married, the better. That way, they can have a second child sooner. Su Yuhan, who was knitting a sweater for Meng Meng, blushed. She wished she could find a place to hide. However, the corners of his mouth were brimming with happiness. She suddenly cried out in alarm. Yuhan, are you all right? Everyone turned to look at her. Su Yuhan shook her head immediately. I'm fine. I was just accidentally pricked by a needle. After saying that, she sucked the middle finger of her left hand. He did not know why. At this moment, she suddenly felt her heart palpitate. Yi Hai nodded and was about to speak. At this moment, Lin Tai walked in hurriedly. He nodded at the few people in the house before looking at Su Yuhan. Madam, someone wants to see you. Who wants to see me? Su Yuhan was confused. Lin Tai shook his head. I don't know him either. Su Yuhan hesitated for a moment. She put down the needle and thread in her hand and got up to follow her out. Yi Wushuang followed her immediately. As they walked out of the villa, they saw a lady in a black dress standing outside. The lady was approximately 30 or 40 years old, and her long hair was tied up high. Su Yuhan walked closer and looked at her. She smiled politely. Hi, may I know if you're the one who wants to see me? You must be Su Yuhan. The middle-aged lady smiled gently while excitement filled her eyes when she looked at her. Let me introduce myself. I'm Aunt Lan. May I know if I can talk to you alone? She glanced at Yi Wushuang and Lin Tai next to her after saying that. Su Yuhan frowned slightly. I'm sorry. I don't think I know you. Don't worry. I mean you no harm. Aunt Lan shook her head immediately and said, I'm here to save you. Save me? I'm sorry. Su Yuhan was slightly stunned. Subsequently, she was going to return to the house. What if what I'm going to tell you concerns your boyfriend's family? Aunt Lan asked all of a sudden. Su Yuhan stopped walking and looked at Lin Tai and Yi Wushuang next to her. She said, You guys go in first. I'll come in later. Madam, don't believe me. Lin Tai opened his mouth. However, he sighed after seeing Su Yuhan's determined gaze. He signaled Yi Wushuang, and the duo walked into the house. However, they kept an eye on what was happening outside. As soon as the duo left, Su Yuhan spoke. Su Yuhan said, You can tell me now. Lan Dalian greets master. Aunt Lan suddenly knelt before her in an extremely respectful manner. Su Yuhan was shocked and took a few steps back by instinct. What are you doing? Did you get the wrong person? Dalian won't get me wrong. Aunt Lan said in an extremely sincere manner, You're the reincarnation of the Hades. You have the Hades body, so you're the supreme master of the Dark Judgment Division. You're destined to rule the 9 divisions in the future and inherit the Dark Judgment Division's sacred weapon, the Hell Luo umbrella and the Judgment sickle. At that moment, she was like a loyal servant. Su Yuhan's pretty face turned cold. I have no idea what you're talking about. Please excuse me. Master, Aunt Lan said immediately, the reason why I came out this time is to bring you back to the Dark Judgment Division. You shouldn't stay in the outside world, and the mediocre people in the outside world don't deserve you either. Your boyfriend, the No. 1 on the Heaven leaderboard, Mad Southerny, killed many people previously, causing people from Shang Santian to come out. Please come with me now. With me around, no one can hurt you. Su Yuhan's pretty face changed slightly. Su Yuhan's pretty face changed slightly. Are you saying that Yi Chen is in danger? She had no interest in the dark Judgment Division or the Hades body. She would rather stay at home and be a wife. That's right. Aunt Lan nodded and said, there are 3 powerhouses from Shang Santian this time. Their mission is to kill your boyfriend and destroy the entire Yi family. They're on their way now. I don't believe it. Su Yuhan said weakly. This is a society ruled by law. If they dare to do anything to us, the country will definitely do something. Moreover, Yi Chen is the chief instructor of the firearms division. He's a lieutenant general. It's useless. Aunt Lan shook her head and said, Shang Santian has existed for thousands of years. Their transcendent status is beyond your imagination. The country won't become enemies with Shang Santian because of you guys. At this moment, your boyfriend won't be able to do anything to you. At this point, she seemed a little indifferent as she scanned the entire villa and the people inside. She said, when the time comes, everyone inside will die. Even those 2 people with a bit of cultivation will not be an exception. Master, come with me. Although I don't know what the Dark Judgment Division is, nor do I know if what you said is true. Thank you. Su Yuhan turned around and returned to the villa after saying that. Meanwhile, the people in the house were still discussing the marriage. Su Yuhan went upstairs quietly and picked up her phone to call Yi Chen. However, she realized that there was no signal on her phone at all. It indicated that she could only call an emergency number. Her heart sank, and she could not help but go downstairs. She said to Yi, when he was playing games with Meng Meng, Xiaowen, can you lend me your phone? Yi Wen unlocked the screen and passed the phone to her. Su Yuhan looked again. She realized that there was still no signal on Yi Wen's phone. Her expression changed at that moment. A thought popped into her head. Someone had blocked the signal in the villa. They were not allowed to ask for help. She interrupted Yi Hai and the rest's conversation immediately as she thought to this point. She took a deep breath in and was going to say something. The sound of brakes came from outside. Kill them all. Spare no one. Chapter 349. Kill them all. Don't leave anyone alive. Yi Hai and the rest in the villa were shocked to hear that. They could not help but walk out to take a look. JavaScript. There were 4 to 5 cars parked at the entrance. Those cars had Beijing license plates. Subsequently, more than 20 people walked out of the cars. All of them had killing intent on their faces. The leader was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. He was the new master of the Beijing wealthy Xue family, Xue Yuantao. Patriarch, this is the Yi family's villa. Xue Yuantao glanced at Yi Hai and the rest in disdain. He turned his head and clasped his fists at the old man in green in the car. The old man in green walked out of the car. He glanced at Yi Hai and the rest with his murky eyes. When he had his eyes on Su Yuhan and Yi Wenwen, a faint lust flashed through his eyes. He said slowly, apart from these 2 women, don't spare anyone else. Yi Hai and the rest had a change of expression as soon as he said that. Yi Hai and the others' expressions changed. Just as they were about to ask something, 3 more cars came from afar. One was a black BMW and the other was a Jeep. A young man in white walked out of the black BMW, followed by an old man in gray. Meanwhile, there was an old man in black in the Jeep. The old man in gray said while smiling when he saw them, Master Bai, Guardian Huang, you guys would have missed a massacre if you guys were 10 minutes later. Xue Feng, I can't believe the Xue family sent a piece of trash like you. Bai Hongyu snickered in disdain. The guy before him was from the Xue family. He had been in Shang Santian for decades, but he was still a half-step martial venerable. He was indeed a piece of trash. Xue Yuantao was enraged. How dare you? You're the one who's bold. The old man in gray behind Bai Hongyu took a step forward. A terrifying aura pressed down on Xue Yuantao. Uft! Xue Yuantao fell onto the ground and spat a mouthful of blood. He was secretly shocked. He was already a martial Dao master. Although he could not compare to Xue Xiao who had died, he was considered to be at the peak of martial Dao in China. Now he was injured by a single sentence. Xue Feng was slightly enraged. Enough! At that moment, the old man in black next to him scolded and said in his deep voice, "I'm not here to watch you guys fight." As his voice fell, the white-robed young man smiled and restrained himself a little. This was because the gray-robed elder was the protector of the martial arts tribunal. His status and power were much higher than his. Guardian Huang is right. Xue Feng nodded hurriedly. This is Mad Southern Ye's home? Guardian Huang scanned the entire villa indifferently. His gaze finally landed on Yi Hai and the rest with disdain. Mortals are as lowly and pitiful as ants. Since they're ants, they shouldn't try to provoke the majesty of the towering tree. His voice fell. Yi Hai could not help but ask, "Who are you people?" Until now, he still couldn't figure out why these people would surround the villa and even talk with murderous intent. Su Yuhan's pretty face changed slightly. She finally believed Aunt Lan's words. These people were Yi Chen's enemies. Protector Huang looked at Yi Hai coldly and asked, "Who is he?" "He's Mad Southern's father, Yi Hai," Shui Yuantao said respectfully. Guardian Huang came to a realization upon hearing that. He then smirked and said, "Your son destroyed the Martial Alliance and even killed the chief of the Martial Alliance. Such an act is a heinous crime. As his family, you'll have to die with him." "That's right," Xue Feng shouted. "Mad Southern Yi killed the Xue family's master, Xue Xiao, Xue Lei, and Xue Xuejiao. As a member of the Xue family, of course, I have to seek justice." "Haha." Bai Hongyu shook his head lightly. "Mad Southern Yi killed my Bai families by Zhang Yuan. As the saying goes, every debt has its debtor. Don't worry, you're just a bunch of ants. You're not worthy for my Bai family to fight." Yi Hai and the rest had a complete change of expression, especially Yi Tao's family. Clearly, they did not expect their nephew to kill so many people. Moreover, they did not look like ordinary people. "Guys, is there a misunderstanding between us?" Yi Tao sighed softly. At the same time, he secretly signaled Su Yuhan to call the police. To him, they were ordinary people. How could they be a match for them? Therefore, he could only try his best to hold them back. How could Su Yuhan not understand what he meant? However, the signal around the villa had been blocked. "Misunderstanding?" Guardian Huang smirked and subsequently said, "Kill them. Chop off their heads after you're done and hang them on the villa. I want Mad Southern Yi to know that no one can challenge Shang Santian's dignity. Kill." Xue Feng waved hard. The 20 people standing behind him charged at Yi Hai and the rest. "Protect the madam and the rest." Lin Tai had a drastic change of expression as he shouted. Subsequently, over 10 Star Pavilion members stood before Su Yuhan, Yi Hai, and the rest to protect them. There were 800 members in the Star Pavilion. However, everything happened too suddenly, so he did not have the chance to ask for help at all. Yi Wushuang's expression was cold. He stood behind Su Yuhan without moving an inch. However, the great thunder soared behind him could not stop shaking. "Madam, don't move. As long as I, Lin Tai, am here today, I won't allow anyone to hurt you guys. Kill." He moved in a flash as soon as he was done speaking. Instead of retreating, he took the initiative to charge at the 20-odd people who were charging at him. His aura was rising rapidly. "Azura heaven-suppressing kill. Kill all living beings." He threw out a punch and suddenly blew up the person at the very front. Blood splattered all over his face. Such a bloody scene shocked Yi Hai and the rest at the same time, especially Yi Wen and Yang Hui. Both of them screamed by instinct. "Kill." Lin Tai threw a punch again. There were no other thoughts in his head. "Kill, kill, kill. My lord taught me the Azura heaven-suppressing kill and gave me great opportunities. He even asked me to protect my family, even if I die. I can't let him down." Within a short minute, there were dead bodies lying on the ground. Most of them were mutilated, and blood dyed the entire ground red. Although those people were ancient martial artists, their abilities were around internal energy. Meanwhile, Lin Tai's cultivation base had reached beginner stage spirit assembly after cultivating the Azura heaven-suppressing kill. No one below the Grandmaster level could be his match. Yi Hai and the rest were completely stunned, especially the more than 20 members of the Star Pavilion. It was their first time seeing Lin Tai fight. They did not expect him to be so terrifying. After Lin Tai killed the last person, he looked at Xue Feng and the rest with blood all over him. He shouted "kill" and took the initiative to charge at them. Bai Hongyu said in shock, "This man isn't an ancient martial artist, nor is he a cultivator. Why does he have illuminating pulse ability?" Disdain flashed through Xue Feng's eyes. A look of disdain flashed in Xue Feng's eyes. His aura suddenly exploded as he shouted, "Kneel!" Plop! Lin Tai immediately felt a great pressure coming at him. He fell to the ground like a mountain was descending. "How dare you attack us when you're only on illuminating pulse? You're asking for death." He scoffed and slapped Lin Tai's head. The slap was enough to crush his head. Lin Tai closed his eyes in despair. "My lord, I'm useless." Chapter 350. Seeing that Yi Chun was unwilling to hand over the two immortals' beast cores, Humayling could only sigh softly and say nothing more. Humayling could only sigh faintly and did not say anything else. However, Yi Chun did not care. If not for her, the Black Bear King, the mysterious Snake King, and the Hedgehog King would have died today. Humayling waved her sleeve, and 2 jars of wine appeared on the table. She said, while smiling, "Immortal Mastery, take these 2 jars of wine as a gift from me." Monkey wine? Yi Chun was surprised. The so-called monkey wine was the fruit that the monkeys picked and hid in the tree holes as winter food. If there was enough food in winter, they would forget about some of the hidden fruits. As time passed, the forgotten fruits would ferment on their own. It sounded easy, but in reality it was difficult to achieve that condition. The choice of the tree hole was related to the local temperature and soil. Therefore, one could say that the real monkey wine was a coincidence. It was priceless. Even if one had it, it would be difficult for ordinary people to use it. After all, they would be attacked by the monkeys. "That's right." Humayling smiled lightly and said, "Old Fourth gave this to me 300 years ago. There are a total of 10 jars. I've drunk 7 to 8 jars throughout the years. I'll give the last 2 jars to you, Immortal Mastery. I won't hold back then." Yi Chun smiled and put the monkey wine away. It was something that could only be found. It could prolong one's life, so it would be great to bring it back for his parents. Yi Chun left after chatting for a while. At the outskirts of the old forest, the people who had fainted earlier woke up. They could not help but release a sigh of relief when they realized that the monster horde that surrounded them earlier had dispersed. Meanwhile, the 3 immortals, the Black Bear King, the mysterious Snake King, and the Hedgehog King, were still hovering midair. They dared not move at all, and they looked worried. It had been at least half an hour since Yi Chun went in, but there was no movement at all. How could they not be secretly panicking? After all, it concerned their fate. Why did I fall asleep? The beautiful live-streamer, Du Xiao Xiao, woke up too. She opened her beautiful eyes wide as if she was looking for something. She suddenly asked Shen Songxing, who was next to her, that man earlier?" "Which man?" Shen Songxing said impatiently. To him, Du Xiao Xiao and the rest were no different from ants. If it were not for Yi Chun, he would not even bother with them. Du Xiao Xiao didn't notice his impatience and subconsciously said, "You're the little brother who just killed the big rat and the weasel?" "Mad Southern, you was a little older brother?" The corner of Shen Songxing's mouth twitched, looking at the whole of China. "You're the only one who dares to be so heartless as to call that fiend." The eyes of the Black Bear King and the others turned cold when they heard that. At this moment, a thin figure walked out from the forest. The three immortals' expressions changed. They quickly descended and knelt on the ground. Their bodies were trembling. Yi Chen looked at them and was going to speak. A beautiful figure suddenly threw herself at him. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Then he kissed her on the lips. Yi Chen was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned. Du Xiaoxiao only let go of him then. Her little face was so red that she looked like she was drunk. She mumbled while exhaling, "It's a dream anyway. It's a waste not to kiss him. I'll just treat it as a wet dream." Until now, she still felt like she was dreaming. After all, everything that she had seen earlier was just too shocking. It was like watching a movie. Women had always admired powerhouses. If the scene of Yi Chen beating up the five immortals spread to the outside world, many women would fall head over heels for him. Du Xiaoxiao was no exception. Dream? Wet dream. Yi Chen pursed his lips and looked at her in slight shock. Did someone just force a kiss on him? What are you looking at? That's my first kiss. You got lucky. Du Xiaoxiao glared at him with her arms on her waist when she saw him looking at her innocently. If her fans knew that she had given her first kiss to a stranger, they might jump off a building out of anger. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. Hey, it's just a wet dream. How can it feel so real? She pinched herself hard and cried out in pain. Then her beautiful eyes widened and her pretty face was filled with shame and indignation. I'm not dreaming. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. Subsequently, he looked at the Black Bear King and the other two kneeling before him and said in a deep voice, "I'll spare you guys this time for Humailing's sake. However, you can't escape punishment. Hand over your soul blood." As soon as he said that, the expressions of the Black Bear King and the other two changed drastically, and they were filled with unwillingness. Once they handed over the soul blood, it meant that their lives were in Yi Chen's hands. From now on, if Yi Chen wanted them to live, they would live. If Yi Chen wanted them dead, they would die. However, after sensing the killing intent on Yi Chen, the three of them clenched their teeth and handed the soul blood to him. It couldn't be helped. If they didn't hand it over, they would die immediately. If they handed it over, they wouldn't die. If it was anyone else, they would have to make the same choice. Yi Chen left the old forest after putting away their soul blood. By the time Du Xiaoxiao reacted and wanted to chase after him, she could no longer see him. At the same time, on a small mountain in Beijing, two silhouettes were fighting in the forest. The two silhouettes fought in the forest, and the terrifying qi that overflowed from them flattened the nearby mountains. Bang! Yang Junlin, who ranked number 2 on the heaven leaderboard, was sent flying by a young man in White's punch. His body flew dozens of meters away, and he was in a sorry state. "Junlin, are you all right?" Yan Nanfei, Han Qinhu, and the rest held him immediately. Yang Junlin spat a mouthful of blood and looked at the young man in white before him. His expression was filled with fear and seriousness. He was defeated by the young man in one move. Too weak. The number 2 on the heaven leaderboard is just SOSO. The young man in white shook his head lightly with his hands behind his back as if he was describing something very normal. The outside world is indeed the outside world. A bunch of country bumpkins. Yan Nanfei was furious and wanted to attack him. However, he was stopped by Yang Junlin. He looked at the young man in white and said, "Are you from Shang Santian?" "You actually know about Shang Santian." The young man in white was a little surprised. Yang Junlin said in a deep voice, "Don't people from Shang Santian never come out?" What did he want to do this time? "Let me remind you, don't forget what happened 100 years ago. You dare to threaten me?" The young man in white frowned and subsequently chuckled. "Go back and tell the government that I, by Hongyu, am only here to kill someone. I hope the government won't be a busybody." After saying this, he disappeared on the spot. Yan Nanfei suppressed his anger and said, This by guy is looking down on us just because he's from Shang Santian. He's too arrogant. Yang Junlin shook his head lightly. They're clearly here for Bai Zhenyuan's death. It seems like Supreme Yi is in big trouble. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. The Xue family. Ever since Xue Xiao was killed by Yi Qin, the Xue family had been living in fear. They were scared that Yi Qin would kill them. However, the upper echelons of the Xue family were filled with excitement. The new master of the family, Xue Yuantao, led two ladies who were dressed up to the nines into a room. He bowed at an old man in green sitting by the table and said, "Patriarch, I've found the people that you're looking for." The old man in green looked like he was in his 60s. There was no aura coming from him at all, and he looked like an old man. However, Xue Yuantao dared not disrespect him at all. The reason being that the old man was from the Xue family. In terms of seniority, he was Xue Yuantao's great-grandfather. However, he had disappeared for 50 years. Now he was back all of a sudden. Xue Yuantao was almost 50 years old this year. One could tell that his great-grandfather's lifespan was extraordinarily long. "Get out first." The old man lifted his eyes to look at the two ladies behind Xue Yuantao. Xue Yuantao responded and walked out of the room after closing the door. A series of obscene moans came from the room. An hour later, a calm voice came from inside. "Come in." He pushed the door open and saw two corpses on the bed. They were naked, and their lower bodies were red and swollen. The most terrifying thing was that the two corpses were wrinkled as if they had been sucked dry. Xue Yuantao's heart skipped a beat. The old man said without even lifting his head, "How's the thing that I asked you to find out?" "Patriarch, we found out that Mad Southern Yi appeared in Ganzhou before. I think he went to the northeast after wreaking havoc on the spiritual medicine mountain." Xue Yuantao said immediately, "Inform them that we can close the net now." The old man grinned ferociously. "This time, I'll show this man what true fear is and what true despair is. P.S. There are 4 more chapters. I'm done. I'll post them tonight. I'm looking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Chapter 351. By the way, have you decided on your wedding date with Yuhan? Yang Tian asked curiously. "Not yet." Yi Qin shook his head lightly and looked at his phone. Coincidentally, an air stewardess passed by with a dining cart. He asked, "Hi, may I know how long it will take for the flight to reach Tiannan?" 1.5 hours. The stewardess smiled politely. Yi Qin frowned but said nothing eventually. Tiannan Yi family. At that moment, both of Lin Tai's arms had been chopped off by Xue Yuantao. He was lying on the ground with blood flowing from his severed arms. Yi Hai and the others were furious, but he did not have the ability to stop all of this. "Are you still not going to tell me?" Seeing that Lin Tai was not going to tell him, Xue Yuantao was enraged. He was going to kill him. "Spare his life." Guardian Huang stopped him and looked up at Yi Hai and the others. He smirked. "Kill them first." Hearing this, the expressions of Yi Hai and the others changed drastically. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yang Hui burst into tears. Xue Yuantao took a step forward and slowly walked towards Yi Hai and the others. He grinned and said, "Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having a good son. I advise you not to resist. Maybe you won't die so painfully." "Wait." He walked to the front despite Su Yuhan's objection. He sighed softly and said, "Everything happened because of my son. Kill me if you guys want to kill me. I hope that you guys can let the person behind me go." At this moment, he no longer had any hope for Yi Qin. He only hoped to exchange his life for Yi Ming, Yang Hui, Su Yuhan, and the rest's safety. "Do you think that's possible?" Xue Yuantao smiled disdainfully. "Today, all of you will die." His voice fell. The energy in his body immediately exploded. His figure flashed, and he clawed at Yi Hai. His face was full of cold killing intent. Mad Southern Yi. Oh, mad Southern Yi. So what if you're the number one in China? Your parents are still your Achilles heel. I really want to know the look of despair and pain on your face when you see your parents' heads. Yi Hai closed his eyes in despair. He didn't say anything unnecessary, because he knew that it was impossible for them to escape today. He was not the only one. Even Wu Lan, Yi Ming, Yang Hui, Yuan Wen, and the rest next to him had despair written all over their faces. Puchi, Puchi! Just as Shui Yuantao was about to approach Yi Hai, he suddenly heard the sound of an electric current. What was that sound? Without waiting for him to think too much, a sword light swept over. The sword light was like lightning, extremely swift. Not good. Shui Yuantao's heart twitched inexplicably. He hurriedly controlled his body to retreat, but the sword light still slashed his right hand. He felt an intense pain in his right hand. A streak of blood shot out in all directions. His entire right hand fell to the ground. Ah! Shui Yuantao staggered backward, then fell on his butt, clutching his right hand as he screamed. This sudden scene immediately shocked Shui Feng and the others. It also shocked Yi Hai and the others. Could little Qin have returned? Yi Hai was pleasantly surprised and looked around. Su Yuhan looked at Yi Wushuang, next to her by instinct. So there's a hidden expert among you. Shui Feng's pupils shrunk a little. He could not help but look at Yi Hai and the rest. The sword cheat earlier was very fast. It was so fast that Shui Yuantao, who was a martial Dao master, could not dodge it at all. It was also very powerful. He had severed Shui Yuantao's hand with a single slash. At the same time, Guardian Huang by Hong Yu and the rest could not help but be interested. A young man in white with a long sword on his back walked out from behind the crowd. The long sword on his back was flickering with electric arcs and buzzing. It was Yi Wushuang. Xiaoshuang, it's you? Yi Hai said in surprise. Yi Ming, Yi Wenwen, and the rest were shocked too. Never had they thought that the quiet young man to them would have such terrifying power explode at that moment. Yi Wushuang nodded lightly and walked to the people. He looked at Shui Feng and the rest coldly. As he walked out, a terrifying power was accumulated in his body. There was a terrifying power accumulated in his body, as if it wanted to break through space and tear apart all the restraints of the world. Shui Feng was secretly shocked. He felt a sense of pressure and danger that he had never felt before under Yi Wushuang's stare. He could not help but be secretly shocked. This young man is only 17 or 18 years old, but he's giving me such a strong sense of danger. Guardian Huang by Hong Yu and the rest next to him felt the same way too. At that moment, Shui Yuantao, who was on the ground, had a change of expression. He recognized him all of a sudden. It's you, the unparalleled sword. So, you're the unparalleled sword who ranked number 11 on the heaven leaderboard. Bai Hongyu squinted and looked at the long sword on Yi Wushuang's back. Although he only ranks number 11, he's more powerful than Yang Junlin. The old man in gray behind him said, Master Bai, the sword intent on this guy is so powerful. I suspect that he's an ancient sword cultivator. An ancient sword cultivator? From the sword sect? I can't believe that I've seen such a person in the outside world. Guardian Huang looked serious. Subsequently, he looked straight at Yi Wushuang and said, Are you from the sword sect? In Shang Santian, the sword sect was a special case. There were the least people in the sect. Everyone cultivated sword Dao. An entire sect was filled with lunatics. They would fight with their lives on the line. Therefore, not many organizations dared to offend them. Yi Wushuang did not answer his question. He said, Either get lost or die. You're seeking death. Young man, so what if you're from the sword sect? I'll kill you as long as you dare to ruin our plan. A cold gleam flashed through Shui Feng's eyes. He turned into a green afterimage and charged at Yi Wushuang. His speed was much faster than Shui Yuantao's. Upon seeing that, Yi Hai and the rest's hearts sank again. Yi Hai and the rest's hearts sank again. In their eyes, Yi Wushuang's palm was glowing. One of Xue Feng's palms shone brightly, as if it had grown several times in size, turning into a blazing sun that surged forward. Clang! The long sword on Yi Wushuang's back released a sword hum. He pulled it out of its scabbard and slashed. A monstrous sword intent stirred the air around and consolidated into a sword chi that charged at the palm print. Bang! An extremely powerful impact wave exploded when the duo collided and swept out. Yi Wushuang lifted his arm and waved. He dissolved the energy that was charging at Yi Hai and the rest. His entire body retreated backward. Eventually, he knelt on one knee on the ground. Blood flowed out of the corner of his lips while his handsome features turned pale. Meanwhile, Xue Feng only took a step back. "You're no match for me." Xue Feng smirked in disdain. "Since you're a talent, I'll spare your life as long as you submit to me." Yi Wushuang stood up slowly and turned his head to look at the Patriarch of Hell who was in Mingming's embrace. Determination flashed through his face. "Damn dog, bring them away. I'll cover them." The Patriarch of Hell glanced at him in shock. The Patriarch of Hell glanced at him in slight shock. Was this brat out of his mind? Everyone present had a more powerful ability than him. How could he stay behind to cover them? Just when Su Yuhan was going to speak, "Sister-in-law, leave now," Yi Wushuang said again. Su Yuhan's pretty face turned pale. She had realized something and said while clenching her teeth, "Dad, Mom, let's go." But Xiaoshuang? Yi Hai was hesitant. Su Yuhan said nothing. She carried Mingming and walked to the parking lot. Yi Hai sighed softly and could only follow her with Wu Lan and the rest. "Go. Where do you think you're going?" "How naive." Guardian Huang smirked in disdain. "Brother Xue, hold this brat back. I'll kill them." He ran to Yi Hai and the rest in a flash after saying that. Another sword gleam came. The sword gleam blocked his way. "Brat, do you think you can stop the three of us on your own?" Guardian Huang was enraged. "You guys can try." Yi Wushuang's expression was cold, and his white robe was whiter than snow. Under such circumstances, he closed his eyes slowly while a faint silver gleam flickered on his body. Bang! A loud thud came from his body all of a sudden. The next moment, the great thunder sword in his hand broke into 3 pieces. "He's mad! He's mad! This brat is really mad." The eyes of the old man in gray behind by Hongyu shrunk as if he recalled something. "I can't believe he broke his sword. He's going to die with us." Chapter 352. What? Breaking the sword. Upon hearing what the old man in gray said, even Xue Feng and Guardian Huang could not help but be shocked. To a sword cultivator, the sword was their life item. The sword was a life-bound item, a second life. Therefore, in the sword cultivator's world, there was a saying that if a sword existed, the person would die. At that moment, Yi Wushuang had broken the sword. Clearly, he wanted to stop the 3 of them with his life to buy time for Su Yuhan and the rest to escape. Yi Wushuang closed his eyes, looking as arrogant as ever. However, the aura on his body was getting more and more powerful. Sword chi swirled around him like a drizzle. Suddenly, a sword intent spread out of his body. The sword intent was mixed with stubbornness, unyieldingness, and even more determination. "Brat, are you out of your mind? You'll die too." By Hongyu's scalp tingled as he shouted in fear. Yi Wushuang's ability was similar to his. If they were to fight one-on-one, the 5 of them might not be able to kill him. He could still run away. However, what Bai Hongyu did not expect was that Yi Wushuang would not run. Not only did Yi Wushuang not run, but to make them stay, he even had the mentality that he would rather die than live in dishonor. Perhaps he might not be able to kill them by breaking the sword. However, he could definitely injure them. Die. Yi Wushuang looked determined as he mumbled to himself. "I, Wushuang, have been following Big Brother since I was young. I've treated him as my everything. What Big Brother wants to protect is what I want to protect. If Wushuang's sacrifice is worth something, so what if I die? I'm a weapon spirit. There's no such thing as immortality. Sword Dao is with me forever. Oh no. Stop him now. Guardian Huang's calm expression finally changed at that moment because the dangerous aura on Yi Wushuang was getting more and more intense. The ant that he had thought of earlier was starting to threaten him. As soon as he said that at that moment Xue Feng, Guardian Huang by Hong Yu, and his servant charged at him at the same time. They seemed to want to stop him. In the next second, Yi Wushuang opened his eyes. Yi Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, and a sword-shaped shadow shattered in his pupils. Bang! 3 silver gleams flashed across the sky. The 3 pieces of the great thunder sword before him turned into 3 sword gleams. They streaked across the sky as if they were going to break heaven and earth, charging at Xue Feng and the other 4. At this moment, the aura emanating from his body rose to its peak. It was the unparalleled way of the sword. He had already harmonized with his sword qi, reaching a perfect state where he was one with his sword. At this moment, Xue Feng, Enforcer Huang, and the rest were dumbfounded as a deathly aura pressed down on them. The few of them were shocked again and again. Was he really just an ant from the outside world? The entire world suddenly darkened. It was as if the eternal night had arrived. Xue Feng and the others only felt that in the dark night, there were only 3 sharp swords cutting through the darkness and slashing towards them. At this critical juncture, the few of them didn't have time to say anything. They roared angrily, and the energy on their bodies surged. Waves of energy that could make one's heart palpitate burst out, directly condensing into 100 feet wide gang qi in front of them. The old man in gray, shielded by Hong Yu behind him. Boom! Yi Wushuang's 3 swords slashed over and landed heavily on the qi barrier. Subsequently, the air within a kilometer around them was completely destroyed. In the end, it formed an earth-shattering airwave. Pooh! At this moment, Xue Feng, Enforcer Huang, and the old man in gray spat a mouthful of blood out at the same time. Their faces were extremely pale, while Bai Hongyu was thrown out directly. What a pity! Yi Wushuang forced a smile upon seeing that the few of them were still alive. His body shot out like a broken string. His white robe that was usually clean was drenched in blood at the moment. His body was cracking like a field that had cracked due to drying up. Blood was dripping between his brows, and his eyes were dimming. Ha ha ha! A hysterical laugh came. Xue Feng looked much better after consuming a medicinal pill. He then walked to Yi Wushuang, who was lying on the ground, and said proudly, "I really have to admit that you're the most outstanding genius that I've ever seen. Your sword almost broke my gang qi." That's right. Guardian Huang and the old man in gray nodded at the same time. They subsequently shook their heads and said, "You'll definitely surpass us in the future. It's unfortunate that you're too stubborn and pedantic. You'll end up with your sword broken and you dead." Oh, Yi Wushuang felt his power slipping away from his body. He could not help but recall the countless times he had spent with Yi Qin in the cultivation world. A smile gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. "Master, I can finally fight for you." Yi Wushuang closed his eyes slowly. His eyelids slowly closed, and his arms fell heavily to the ground. His life was gone. The old man in gray walked up to check. He then turned his head to say to Xue Feng and the rest with a grin, "This guy's sword is broken, and his soul is destroyed." What a pity. Bai Hongyu was filled with regret. "I can't believe that there's such a stubborn and crazy person out there. I can't wait to fight him fairly. This guy is a bastard. I won't be able to vent my hatred if I don't tear him into pieces." Guardian Huang looked enraged as he threw a punch at Yi Wushuang's body. Since when had he been injured like this? Just when his punch was about to land on Yi Wushuang's body, Tui! A mouthful of thick phlegm came from far away. Unfortunately, it landed on Guardian Huang's face. Guardian Huang was dumbstruck. He touched it with his hand by instinct. He then placed it before his nose and sniffed it. He froze on the spot. Apart from him, even Bai Hongyu and the rest who were standing aside were dumbstruck. At that moment, a beggar with messy hair and tattered clothes walked over slowly from far away. The beggar was holding a chicken drumstick in his hand. He was munching on it as he walked and would spit from time to time. The color of the black and yellow saliva was exactly the same as the one on Guardian Huang's face. Guardian Huang looked at him with an extremely grim expression. "Damn beggar! Did you spit on me earlier?" He was a guardian of the martial Dao adjudication court. He could not believe that someone had spat on him. Moreover, it was a beggar. "Oh, I spat on your face?" The old beggar rubbed his palms when he saw the saliva on Guardian Huang's face. He revealed his yellow teeth. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. That's what happens when people get old. My eyesight is bad." He spat again as soon as he was done speaking. It was strange. He had clearly spat at his feet, but the spittle had somehow landed on Guardian Huang's face 10 meters away. At that moment, there was thick phlegm on both sides of Guardian Huang's face. "Old man, you're digging your own grave." Guardian Huang was enraged, and he slapped him. His expression was ferocious. The old beggar suddenly showed a panicked look and ran away, but he couldn't outrun Protector Huang. Under the entanglement of the two, Protector Huang's moves couldn't touch him at all. Instead, the old beggar's dirty hands smeared his face. Bai Hongyu wanted to help by instinct, but the old man in gray stopped him. "Master Bai, don't act rashly. There's something wrong with this old man." He knew Guardian Huang's ability very well. Half-step martial venerable. He was 3 times more powerful than him. However, he was being toyed around like a monkey. This meant that the old beggar was very, very strong. He was on a completely different level from them. The old man in gray could not help but say, "Sir, please stop fooling around with Brother Huang." As soon as he said that, the old beggar slapped Guardian Huang and shook his clothes. He tried his best to look like an expert. Do you really think I look like an expert?" Just when the old man in gray was going to speak, the old man nodded in a rather narcissistic manner. "You have great taste. I think I look like one too. May I know your name, sir? Why are you fooling around with us?" The corner of the old man's lips twitched a little as he spoke while suppressing the shock within him. Never had he thought that apart from Shang Santian, there would be such an expert in China. Guardian Huang snapped back to his senses and admitted defeat completely. The old beggar waved angrily. "What do you mean by sir?" "I'm just a beggar. That brat on the ground is my grandson. I'm here to bring him back." "Your grandson?" The old man in gray and the rest looked at Yi Wushuang's dead body. They were secretly scoffing. "How could you have such a handsome grandson with that face? Don't you know what you're doing?" Seeing that they did not believe him, the old beggar panicked. "He's really my grandson. We fought earlier, and this brat ran away from home." "Who are you trying to fool?" Guardian Huang scoffed. He was going to say something, but he was stopped by the old man's stare. "Sir, since he's your grandson, please bring him away. We won't disturb you any more." The old man in gray clasped his fists and gave Bai Hongyu and the rest a look. He then chased after Su Yuhan and the rest. After everyone left, the old beggar looked at Yi Wushuang, who was on the ground. The old beggar glanced at Yi Wushuang, who was on the ground. He then walked over and touched him with his greasy hand. Doubt flashed through his cynical face. "That's strange. This brat's heart meridian is broken and his soul is destroyed, but there's an endless vitality growing in his body. That's strange, that's strange." The old beggar touched him a few more times and his expression changed. "This brat doesn't have a heart." Chapter 353. almost at the moment when Yi Wuxuang died. On the plane to Tiannan, Yi Qin, who was resting with his eyes closed, felt his heart skip a beat. It was as if he was being stabbed by a needle. No, a terrifying aura exploded from his body, shocking all the passengers in the cabin. Even Yang Tian, who had just fallen asleep, was no exception. Yang Tian woke up suddenly. "Old Yi, are you all right?" "Something happened. Follow me." Yi Qin grabbed his arm and slammed him directly into the plane's cabin window in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. Everyone in the cabin was stunned. What were the duo doing? Were they committing suicide? Yang Tian's face turned pale. A stewardess said, "Gentlemen, please don't," before she could finish her sentence. She forcefully swallowed it back down. Yi Chen grabbed Yang Tian and walked out of the cabin's window directly. Nothing happened to the window at all. Dead silence. There was dead silence. Everyone watched that with their mouths agape. Yang Tian was shaking in the air after getting out of the plane. His face was pale. "Oldie, don't scare me. I'm a coward." Yi Chen did not reply. The almighty killer sword turned into a giant golden sword that hovered in the air. He stepped on the almighty killer's sword while grabbing Yang Tian. They turned into a sword gleam and flew into the sky at an extremely fast speed. At the Nine Dragons Bay Villa, Wuxuang's body lay quietly on the ground. The old beggar could not stop checking him with a grim expression. Meanwhile, there were 3 pieces of the Great Thunder sword next to Wuxuang's body. However, they were covered in blood at the moment and were no longer as glorious as they used to be. "Wuxuang! Wuxuang!" Lin Tai, who had witnessed everything, crawled toward him with all his might like a lowly worm. Both of his arms were severed, so he could only rely on his legs. Every time he crawled, there would be a trail of blood on the ground. When he finally arrived next to Wuxuang's body, the hunky Lin Tai could not help but cry, "Wuxuang, you can't die. You can't die." Lin Tai knew that Yi Qin and Yi Wuxuang had a special relationship. Yi Qin treated him like his younger brother. Meanwhile, everyone in the Yi family liked this 17 or 18-year-old young man. He didn't expect that. It was this young man who looked very, very young, who had chosen to cover the retreat at the critical moment and had single-handedly intercepted Xue Feng and the other half-step martial honorables. He didn't expect it either. This seemingly young, quiet young man was able to unleash such a terrifying force, which almost caused a few half-martial highnesses to be severely injured. However, in the face of his cries, Yi Wuxuang remained still. The old beggar said angrily, "All right, stop shouting. You're making me deaf. This kid is not dead yet." "What do you mean by not completely dead?" Lin Tai looked at him. "I can't explain it to you." The old beggar looked pensive. "I've lived for 200 years, but this is the first time I've seen such a strange body. It's too strange. It's obviously a human, but it doesn't have a heart. It's too perfect. It's so perfect that it doesn't have a human weakness. It's a pity that this kid was born to be a genius in the way of the sword. If this old man had met him earlier, in less than 10 years, that old sword saint would have to wash my feet with this old man. Senior, can you save Wuxuang?" Lin Tai cried, "I'm begging you." Forget it. I'll bring it back to take a look." A purple gourd appeared in the old beggar's hand. After pouring a medicinal pill into Yi Wuxuang's mouth, he carried him and walked far away. Lin Tai roared, "Where are you taking him?" "Take him to where he should go. If Mad Southern Yi returns, tell him that he can come to the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in 3 years." The old beggar placed Yi Wuxuang on a donkey and stretched his arm out to pat the donkey's butt. The donkey walked into the distance on its own. As it walked, it cried out, "Ree-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha It was so fast that the navigator kept sending out all kinds of violation warnings almost every 10 seconds. However, The car had no intention of slowing down. Su Yuhan observed the car through the rearview mirror as she drove. Eventually, she drove off the highway and entered a mountain road. Wu Lan and Yang Hui couldn't stop vomiting in the car. It was very uncomfortable. The atmosphere in the car was dead silent. Eventually, Yi Hai could not help but ask, "Yuhan, where are we going? I don't think they can catch up to us anymore, can they?" He was carrying the little girl in his arms. A black puppy was sitting in the passenger seat with its ears drooping. "Dad, we can only go to Beijing now." Su Yuhan said without even turning her head, "Yi Chen has a garden in Beijing. There's a formation set up in there." There was something that she did not say. Beijing was the capital after all. As the saying went, it was under the emperor's control. Xuefeng and the rest would not mess around in Beijing. She was worried about Yi Wushuang, who was staying behind to cover the retreat. "Yuhan, why did Xiaoqin offend those people?" Yang Hui wiped her mouth with a tissue, looking terrified. "Stop talking about that at a time like this." Yi Ming scolded her and said, "The most important thing now is to contact Xiaoqin. If he can get here." Before he was done speaking, the car suddenly braked. And everyone's body tilted forward violently due to inertia. "Someone's blocking our way." Su Yuhan smiled bitterly. They lifted their heads to look and saw a middle-aged man standing in the middle of the road, 20 meters away. The middle-aged man wore green and had his arms behind his back. He was watching them quietly. "Honk the horn to get him to move." Yi Ming's expression changed, and he reminded. Su Yuhan honked the horn while ignoring him. However, the middle-aged man before them seemed to not have heard her. Not only did he not move, but he walked toward them step by step with his arms behind his back. At the same time, Yuan suddenly screamed, "They're catching up to us!" Everyone turned their heads immediately. They saw 5 silhouettes coming from the sky behind the Lamborghini. They were extremely fast, and they were less than 10 meters away from the car in the blink of an eye. "Where's Xiaoshuang? Why don't I see him?" Wu Lan said while choking. As soon as she said that, the few of them in the car fell into complete silence. Su Yuhan's eyes turned red, and she almost cried. Wu Shuang stayed behind to cover the retreat. Now that the enemy had caught up to them, he was nowhere to be seen. One could imagine the outcome. Yi Hai could not help but cry. Xiaoshuang is a good kid. Apparently, even he had realized something. At that moment, Xuefeng, who was charging at the front, scoffed. "Why aren't you guys running? Why aren't you running anymore?" The 5 silhouettes landed on the ground and walked toward them one after another with the middle-aged man. Yi Hai and the rest looked hopeless. The patriarch of hell, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked like he was about to cry. "The sword brat is dead. It's my turn now. Goddamn Xiao Yezi. I'm dead because of you. P.S. Chapters 2 and 3 will be updated at 9:30 p.m. Chapter 354. In the vast sky. At this time, the sky was already covered with dark clouds, gloomy and oppressive, indicating that it would soon rain. A sword gleam streaked across and sliced the surrounding dark clouds apart. Yi Chen activated the almighty killer sword with all his might. He was burning with anxiety. "Father, Mother, Yuhan Wushuang, you must wait for me." It was Yang Tian's first time flying on a sword. Although he was terrified, he did not scream. Something had happened. Under the Qianjiang Expressway, Yi Hai and Yi Ming were filled with despair when they saw that they were blocked from the front and back. Their faces were ashen. "Dad, Mom, stay in the car." Su Yuhan took a deep breath and got out of the car. Yi Hai hesitated and got out of the car too. Xuefeng and the other 4 had already closed in. Shui Yuantao, whose hand had been severed by Yi Wushuang earlier, looked ferocious at that moment. "Do you think you guys can run? How naive. Where is Wushuang?" Wu Yuhan suppressed the fear in her heart and asked. That brat overestimated himself and wanted to perish together with us. But in the end, he was the one who died. Shui Yuantao snickered and looked at Su Yuhan with a greedy gaze. I'd like to see who can save you guys now. Meanwhile, Wu Lan and the rest in the car burst into tears when they heard about Wu Shuang's death. I don't think I know you. Why did you stop our car? Su Yuhan looked at the old man in green who was walking towards them again. If it wasn't for him blocking the way just now, Shui Feng and the others might not be able to catch up. Among them, Guardian Huang glanced at the green-robed man and was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Liya from the sword sect to be here too. Hasn't your sword sect always ignored the affairs of the world? Why did he come to the outside world? Bai Hongyu frowned, feeling a little confused. The few of them looked a little fearful. Li Yi lifted his head to look at Su Yuhan upon hearing that. His gaze was rather cold. Your Su family was destroyed by Mad Southern Yi. I'm here on behalf of your cousin to kill Mad Southern Yi. I'll kill all of his family members along the way, including you. As soon as he said that, Su Yuhan's face turned pale as a name popped into her head all of a sudden. Su Qilin, the cousin she had never met before. It was rumored that when this cousin was born, an auspicious sign descended from the heavens, and a Qilin arrived on a 7-colored cloud. Later, this cousin was taken away by a wandering Taoist priest, and since then he had never returned. It could be said, almost no one in the Su family knew of this person. Even if they did, they would subconsciously forget about him. Therefore, when Yi Qin annihilated the Su family, they were shocked. She couldn't remember anything. Who would have thought that this cousin of his actually knew the news of the Su family's annihilation and even sent an expert to take revenge? Brotherly, since we have the same goal, it couldn't be better. Shui Feng chuckled. I'll leave this woman to you. Leave the rest to us. We'll kill 1 or 2 each. Sure. Li Ye's expression was indifferent. His voice fell. Shui Yuantao abruptly struck out with his palm, and a terrifying force filled the surroundings. A palm print condensed in the air, and the palm print directly blasted towards the Lamborghini. If the Lamborghini was hit, not only would the car be smashed, but Yi Hai and the others in the car would also be smashed into pieces. Seeing this scene, Su Yuhan screamed in despair, no. At that moment, Shui Yuantao scoffed. Shui Feng looked ferocious. Guardian Huang teased. And Bai Hongyu shook his head lightly as if he could see what was going to happen next. However, what happened in the next second made the smiles on their faces freeze. Disbelief filled their faces. As soon as Shui Yuantao's palm print landed on the Lamborghini, it did not explode as they imagined. Instead, a red glow exploded from the car. The red glow was like an eruption of the sun, enveloping the entire Lamborghini. Therefore, Shui Yuantao's palm print did not cause any damage to the car. They were not the only ones. Even Yi Ming and the rest were no exception. They thought they were dead after Shui Yuantao's palm print. Never had they thought that nothing would happen to them. F***CK your grandma's leg. At the same time, someone cursed in the car. You guys have crossed the line. I can take it, but I can't. Shui Feng and the rest looked serious. Shui Feng and the others froze and stared at the black puppy in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini. Bai Hongyu was shocked. He thought he was hallucinating. Was that the dog that spoke just now? Dog, your sister, your whole family are dogs. The patriarch of hell broke through the window of the car and then stood on the hood of the Lamborghini. With his hands on his hips, he said, I hate people calling me a dog the most in my life. I'll fight whoever calls me a dog. Seeing this scene, Yi Hai, Yi Ming, and the rest were completely stunned. They had never expected that Butt Face could speak. Moreover, it seemed that Butt Face had saved them just now. Are you Butt Face? Wu Lan stammered. Mom, Butt Face can talk. Ming Ming's eyes widened. Su Yuhan cried tears of joy. He did not expect Yi Qin to hold back before he left. Adorable struggled to go out and touch the patriarch, but Wu Lan hugged her tightly. She could only pout and say, "But face, these are all bad people. They want to bully mommy and grandpa and grandma. Beat them to death. They will give you dog food later." Patriarch Yellow Spring was speechless. "Humph," Guardian Huang snorted coldly. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just a beast that has become a demon. Die!" Guardian Huang charged out as soon as he said that. Protector Huang's figure suddenly burst out. Majestic Xiong, Hui's strength chi burst out and directly turned into a green fist print, suppressing toward Ancestor Netherworld. The punch was enough to blow any martial Dao master into pieces. Xue Feng, Leah, Bai Hongyu, and the rest were secretly afraid. The Patriarch of Hell sensed the terrifying aura coming from it, and a grim expression appeared on his face. He wanted to dodge by instinct, but he realized that the punch would definitely land on the car if he dodged it. By then, Yi Ming and the rest would definitely die. "Damn it, I'm going all out." "Xiao Yezi, you owe me 10 pounds of dog food." "No, I owe the Patriarch a favor. How dare a mere ant attack me? You were still in your mother's womb when I was dominating the dusk purple planet." The Patriarch of Hell scoffed. At this moment, his anger was also forced out. "Netherworld destruction finger!" A loud shout came from his mouth. Then he stretched out a dog paw, and a purple cyclone erupted from the tip of his paw. As soon as this cyclone appeared, it contained an extremely terrifying aura. It was as if it could pierce through space. This was the first time the old ancestor had made a move. As soon as the Patriarch arrived, he used his famous ultimate skill, Netherworld Perishing Finger. With this ultimate skill, he had killed many beautiful female cultivators in the cultivation world. Break! With a point of his finger, it instantly turned into a huge finger. Wherever the finger passed, the surrounding air was completely annihilated. The purple light pierced through space and attacked the fist shadow with a speed as fast as lightning. Boom! A terrifying power erupted at the point where the two met. Under that kind of power, Guardian Huang, Xue Feng, and the others were forced back dozens of meters. When they raised their heads again, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Even Leah from the Sword Sect was no exception. A dog was able to send 6 of them flying? Yi Ming, Yi Hai, and the rest were equally shocked. They even suspected that they were dreaming. "Wow. Cutie, you're amazing." Meng Meng was so happy that her face was flushing. The Patriarch of Hell stood proudly with his arms behind his back. He could not stop stomping his feet. He mimicked Yi Chen's actions and tone in the past as he said, "Why would I be afraid of a few pieces of trash like you? Come at me together." Those who did not know better would think that he was very confident. The pupils of Xue Feng, Guardian Huang, the old man in gray, Bai Hongyu, Leah, and the rest shrunk. They nodded and said after looking at each other, "Sure, we'll fulfill your request." As soon as they were done speaking, the Patriarch staggered. Chapter 355. Patriarch Yellow Spring was only in the late stage of spirit assembly. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was on peak stage spirit assembly. Although they were not too far away from foundation building, their abilities were not on the same level. After all, Yi Chen's body alone was invincible. The Patriarch's ability should be on the level of a half-step martial venerable if he were an ancient martial artist. It would be easy for him to fight a half-step martial venerable, but Xue Feng, Guardian Huang, Leah, the old man in gray, and Bai Hongyu were all half-step martial venerables. It was impossible for him to fight 1 against 5. Therefore, the Patriarch performed his most powerful attack as soon as he attacked. He even mimicked Yi Chen's mannerisms and tone and said something that sounded pretentious. His goal was to frighten Xue Feng and the rest so that they would not harm him. Who would have thought that the 5 of them would actually agree to attack together? Patriarch Yellow Spring cursed inwardly. CKME. He had gone too far in acting tough. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that they were about to attack, Patriarch Yellow Spring coughed a few times and hurriedly said, Wait, I think it's better for all of you to attack me one by one. Otherwise, others will say that I'm not giving you face. No. However, Guardian Huang shook his head and looked at it in all seriousness. You're very powerful. You're even more powerful than that brat named Yi earlier. It's better for us to fight together to be safe. After saying that, he let out a soft shout. Brother Shui, Brother Li, Brother Cheng, let's attack together. The other four nodded slightly. The next moment, 5 extremely ferocious streams of qi whizzed out, sweeping out at the same time with a magnificent aura and bombarding Patriarch Hell in the Hood in a tricky and ruthless manner. Looking at the 6 people's attacks, the Patriarch of Hell's eyes had an unprecedented solemn look. He stomped his foot, and the Lamborghini shot out along with the people in it. Su Yuhan retreated immediately. You've come at the right time. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Patriarch Yellow Spring's eyes gleamed coldly. His voice fell. His body suddenly expanded several times, and from afar, he looked like a giant monster. Mountain-splitting Stoneclaw. The old ancestor bellowed angrily and slammed his palm against the 5 monstrous energies that were coming at him. Boom! A loud noise fell. An extremely violent shockwave spread out in all directions at this moment. The surrounding trees were all shaken into pieces, and cracks appeared on the ground like a spider web. Bang! The old ancestor was sent flying by the impact of the energy. Shui Feng and the other 4 took a step back with cold expressions on their faces. I was wondering how powerful you were, but it turns out that you're just putting on a strong front. With one strike, they had already seen through the old ancestor's strength. At most, a half-step Martial Highness could fight against 2 people at once. It was pure wishful thinking to fight against 5 people at once. Brother Shui, let's go kill him. Guardian Huang smiled coldly and said, Brother Li, Brother Cheng, Brother Bai, go ahead and kill them. It's time to end this. As soon as he said that, Sword Sex Leah unleashed a sword light. The sword gleam slashed at Su Yuhan, who was far away. Su Yuhan closed her eyes in despair. Protector Huang and Shui Feng joined hands to attack Patriarch Yellow Spring. Get lost! The Patriarch charged out and punched the duo's pincer attack away. He stood in front of Su Yuhan without caring about his own safety and took Li Ye's sword head-on. He could not help but groan. You want to touch her? I don't agree to it. The Patriarch's face was slightly twisted as he glared at Li Ye. If one were to look closely, they would notice that Li Ye's sword had left an extremely deep wound on the Patriarch's chest. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. At this moment, based on the Patriarch's cowardice and cunning nature, he could totally abandon Su Yuhan and the rest and escape alone. However, in the end, he still did not do so. The elder ancestor was quite fickle, but he felt that the Yi family treated him well. What he hated was, his cultivation had been greatly reduced, and he had only just recovered to the later stage of spirit gathering. In addition, he had taken over the body of a dog. Without any magical weapons, talismans, or formations, it would be difficult for him to defeat 5 half-step to martial venerables. You can protect her, but can you protect them? Guardian Huang grinned coldly and looked at Yiming and the rest in the Lamborghini with killing intent on his face. The Patriarch's expression changed slightly as conflict flashed through his eyes. Eventually he sighed softly. Forget it. I'll take it that I owe you guys. I'll sacrifice my soul power to bring you to hell. The Patriarch shouted in rage. The soul power that he had just recovered was burning madly, and his cultivation base was rising rapidly. First, it was Mastery Stage Spirit Gathering. Then, it was Peak Stage Spirit Gathering. Subsequently, it was all the way to Beginner Stage Foundation Building. It was the Patriarch's secret method. He would use his soul power as the price to recover his ability by force. However, the consequence would be that his soul would be destroyed as soon as his soul power was drained. Sensing the Patriarch's aura getting more and more terrifying and dangerous, at that moment, Guardian Huang, and the rest had a complete change of expression. "Stop him now!" Guardian Huang could not help but exclaim in shock. He felt a sense of death under the aura. The remaining 4 did not hesitate at all. They charged out and attacked the Patriarch of Hell with all sorts of attacks. They performed their most powerful attacks one after another. Ha ha ha! The Patriarch laughed out loud all of a sudden. There was a hint of disdain in his laughter. "It's too late. It's too late." At that moment, the Patriarch was no longer as shameless as before. There was a deep and solemn aura on him. He was the Patriarch of Hell. He was not Cutie. He used to be a notorious tribulation old monster in the cultivation world. He was an old demon who killed people and destroyed sections. He was a tough guy. Otherwise, he would not have survived until the moment he ascended. "Go to hell, all of you." The Patriarch slammed his palm at Guardian Huang, who was charging at the front. At that moment, Guardian Huang felt goosebumps all over his body. He screamed with all his might, "No!" Bang! He was smashed into a bloody mist by the Patriarch's slap. The Martial Dao Tribunal's guardian, a half-step Martial Venerable, was dead. Dead silence. There was dead silence. Xue Feng and the rest were shaking. Their eyes were wide open as they watched that in disbelief. That was the ability of a foundation-building cultivator. Everyone below Martial Venerable was an ant. Meanwhile, Patriarch Yellow Spring could not help but take a step back. He coughed up scarlet blood, and he could feel his soul power gradually disappearing. After Xue Feng noticed the scene, he immediately said, "This is a false, invincible state. He won't last long. Let's exhaust him to death. Set the formation." As soon as he said that, Bai Hongyu, the old man in gray, Lia, and the rest snapped back to their senses one after another. Terrifying energy exploded from their bodies one after another. The energy connected and formed a big, seamless net. The net completely enveloped the few of them. Break! The Grand Ancestor struck the net with his palm again. The net shook violently. The tremors caused Xue Feng and the others to spit out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes were filled with shock. They never expected that they would still be heavily injured by the formation. Just when they thought that the Patriarch of Yellow Spring was going to strike a second time, he staggered and fell heavily to the ground. The aura on his body also quickly dissipated. Xue Feng was stunned at first. Then he could not help but laugh out loud. "I was right. He can't make it now." Su Yuhan's pretty face changed. She ran over and carried the Patriarch immediately. She said while crying, "Cutie, are you all right?" The Patriarch opened his eyes and looked at her. He coughed and said, "Firstly, call me the Patriarch. Don't call me Cutie. I hate that name." Su Yuhan sniffled. "Patriarch. Secondly, if I die, remember to get Xiao Yezi to burn a few more young models for me during the Qingming festival. I want Song Kong, Jizei Mingbu," the Patriarch said while stuttering. He seemed to be in a dilemma. "Forget it. I don't want Song Kong. I heard that B*TCH is pregnant. I don't want to be the one to take care of her." Su Yuhan was stunned at that moment. Clearly, she did not expect him to say that. When she realized it, the Patriarch had closed his eyes and stopped moving. "Patriarch!" Su Yuhan was crying. "Why are you crying? You guys will be accompanying this B**starred soon." Xue Feng scoffed and walked towards Su Yuhan step by step. He said as he walked, "You're mad, Southern Yez woman. You're quite pretty. If you let me play with you for a few days, I won't kill you. When I fall into the underworld forever, it'll be the day your family dies." An extremely dark gleam flashed through Su Yuhan's eyes. Subsequently, she closed her beautiful eyes slowly as if she had accepted her fate. "Since that's the case, go to hell." Xue Feng slapped Su Yuhan's head. His eyes were filled with cruelty. For some reason, what Su Yuhan said earlier gave him chills. Yuhan! Yuhan! No, Upon seeing that, Yi Hai and the rest cried. Yi Hai and the others burst into tears with their eyes wide open. Wu Lan almost fainted. Oh my God! What sin did our Yi family commit in our past life? How did we end up like this? Just when Xue Feng's palm was about to hit Su Yuhan, a bolt of lightning flashed through the sky. Who dares to hurt my wife and daughter? Everyone lifted their heads to look by instinct. They saw a sea of lightning coming from the sky like a tidal wave. The sea of lightning rumbled. There was a faint sword gleam coming. Killing intent filled the sky. Chapter 356. He looked far away, and there were dark clouds and a sea of lightning coming from the sky. A sword gleam broke through the clouds. It was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the dark clouds and shone on the ground. At that moment, everyone lifted their heads to look at the sky by instinct. They could faintly see a skinny silhouette in the clouds. That's... Yi Hai looked at the sky, feeling a little stunned. That silhouette seemed to be his unfilial son. Was it an illusion? Su Yuhan opened her eyes slowly and looked at the sky with tears in her eyes. Is he here? Daddy, it's Daddy. Meng Ming's joyful voice broke the silence. The little girl was in Wu Lan's embrace. She was babbling as if she was struggling to get out. Daddy, I'm here. Shui Yuan Tao, Xue Feng, Lia, and Bai Hongyu had a change of expression as soon as they heard that. Patriarch killed them now. Mad Southern Yi is here. He's back. Xue Yuan Tao's face was distorted. He was almost shouting that out of his throat. If one looked closely, one would realize that he was shaking. That devil was back, even with Xue Feng and the rest of the half-step martial venerables around. He could not help but feel afraid. He was shaking. Xue Feng snapped back to his senses and slapped Su Yuhan. He said while grinning hideously, "It's great that you're here. I'll send him down to reunite with you after I kill you." He slapped her. Everyone had their eyes trained on her. Su Yuhan smiled as she accepted her fate. Xue Yuantao chuckled. Mad Southern Yi, so what if you're here? You'll see your family die in front of you. That was the most painful thing. However, in the next second, a sword gleam shot out from the clouds. Xue Feng's hand that was slapping was cut into half by the sword gleam. He shrieked and retreated while holding his severed hand. He looked like he was in pain. They looked again. In the sky, a skinny silhouette came stepping on a sword gleam. The sword gleam earlier came from that sword. Xue Feng, Bai Hongyu, and the rest had their pupils shrunk. They felt a sense of danger. Is that Mad Southern Yi? How could it be so terrifying? Seeing the familiar silhouette, Su Yuhan smiled solemnly. She felt like she had lost all her strength and fell to the ground slowly. The next moment, Yi Qin put his sword gleam away and approached her. He pulled her into his embrace and whispered into her hair, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Yang Tian stood silently at the side. Wu Shuang is dead, but Face is dead. Su Yuhan's body trembled slightly as she leaned into his embrace. All the grievances and tears that she had been suppressing erupted at the same time as she told him everything. Yi Chen's arm trembled slightly when he heard that. He carried her and walked to the Lamborghini. Subsequently, he knelt hard before his parents. He took a deep breath in and said, "Dad, Mom, second uncle, second aunt, I'm sorry for scaring you guys. If you were a minute later, you'd have to collect my, Yuhan's, and your mother's bodies." Yi Hai said with a straight face, but there was joy between his brows. "Daddy, hug me. I want a hug." Meng Meng struggled out of Wu Lan's embrace and pounced at Yi Qin. She hugged his neck tightly and said while pouting, "Daddy, these few bad guys bullied us. They're bad guys. Daddy's here. Everything's fine now." Yi Qin rubbed his daughter's face. What a touching scene. At that moment, an extremely discordant voice came. Xue Feng looked at Yi Qin coldly with killing intent filling his face. "Mad Southern Yi, you should at least wait until your entire family goes to hell if you want to reunite with your family, right? That's right. The two most powerful men under you have left, but you're still in the mood to reminisce. Bai Hongyu grinned. Yi Ming's expression changed upon hearing that. He said in worry, Xiaoqin, second uncle, I'll kill these few noisy old dogs to calm you guys down. Yi Chun smiled lightly and handed his daughter to Wulan. Subsequently, he turned around slowly and glared at Xue Feng and the rest coldly. You guys are from Shang Santian, aren't you? Shang Santian is great. I didn't offend you guys, but you guys dared to touch my family. I'll remember this. I'll kill all of the organizations behind you sooner or later. The smile on his face slowly froze. Replacing it was intense coldness and horror. Now, you old dogs, come and accept your death. You're so arrogant. Let me fight you. Xue Feng scoffed as his eyes were filled with malice. He threw a punch at Yi Chun first as gray energy was released from his fist. He unleashed all of his half-step martial venerable ability in that punch. He even used a martial technique from Shang Santian. The energy tore the air apart and charged at Yi Chen's chest. Xue Feng scoffed. He was confident in his punch because even Li Ya and Bai Hongyu, who were also half-step martial venerables, dared not take it head-on. He thought Yi Chun would dodge, but he realized that Yi Chun had a cold expression on his face. He stretched his arm out and grabbed at him. Idiot! Xue Feng scoffed. However, the next moment, a suction force exploded from Yi Chen's palm. The suction force was extremely majestic as it sucked him over. Xue Feng threw a punch at Yi Chen's chest with the help of the force. However, he realized that he felt like he had punched a copper skull and iron bones. His palm was numb from the impact. How was this possible? His heart trembled. Yi Chen grabbed his throat and lifted him up like he was grabbing a chick. He smiled coldly. You were the one who wanted to kill my wife earlier, weren't you? When his smile entered Xue Feng's ears, it was like 10,000-year-old ice that contained extreme killing intent, causing a trace of danger to gradually arise in Xue Feng's heart. You, how can you be so strong? Fear and disbelief filled Xue Feng's eyes. He was captured by Yi Chen as soon as they fought. He was a half-step martial honorable. You just realized how strong I am? Why didn't you know earlier? Yi Chen lifted his other hand and tore his left arm off forcefully. This arm is for Wu Shuang. Xue Feng immediately screamed. This arm is for the old ancestor. Yi Chen severed his other arm again and subsequently chopped off both of his legs. This is for my family. In just a few short breaths, Xue Feng's limbs were all chopped off, and he was in so much pain that his face twisted into a ball. He almost fainted, and his eyes were filled with fear. Let me go! Let me go! Li Ya, Bai Hongyu, and the other two felt chills running down their spines. Let you go! Yi Chen scoffed. Do you think that's possible? Don't worry, I won't kill you right away, because that would be letting you off too easily. I'll also use a knife to cut off your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. As soon as he said that, Xue Feng's eyes widened. Devil, you are a devil. It was bad enough that his arms and legs were chopped off. The thought of being dismembered made him want to die. Yi Chen smirked. Devil? If I become a demon, what can Buddha do to me? If I become a Buddha, there will be no devils in this world. He then looked at Bai Hongyu and the other two. Now it's your turn. P.S. There's one more chapter. Chapter 357. Shrieks filled heaven and earth. It was Xue Feng's devastating shriek. Plop! Xue Yuantao fell onto the ground as if he had lost his soul. His body could not stop shaking intensely. Before this, he thought his patriarch, Xue Feng, could defeat the entire China with his half-step martial venerable ability. He even thought he could kill Yi Chen effortlessly. Never had he thought that his patriarch, his biggest reliance, Xue Feng, would be crippled by Yi Chen just like that. The scene was bloody and brutal. Liya and Bai Hongyu stared blankly at Yi Qin. The chill within them was growing. Shui Feng's ability was on par with theirs, but he could not fight Yi Qin at all. How powerful would Yi Qin be? The few of them had a complete change of expression as they thought to this point. Intense shock and disbelief flashed through their eyes. Martial Venerable. Martial Dao Venerable. Only such a person would have such a technique. Bai Hongyu's heart skipped a beat. He was no longer as calm as before. He could not help but say, "Mad Southerny, are you a martial Dao Venerable? So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" Yi Qin walked toward them one step after another. The chill in his eyes was growing as if he was going to freeze everything around him. Wait, the old man in gray behind Bai Hongyu stopped him all of a sudden. "Mad Southerny, we admit that we've underestimated your ability. We shouldn't have offended you. Can we let this go? As long as you agree, Master Bai, and I can introduce you to the Bai family." "The Bai family?" Yi Qin chuckled. "That's right." The old man in gray proceeded to speak. "Our Bai family is a prestigious family in Shang Santian. We have countless cultivation resources and martial art books. Your cultivation base will improve if you join our family. Let this go?" Yi Qin asked again. Bai Hongyu nodded and looked at him with slight fear. "The main reason we're here is to avenge Bai Zhanyuan. However, your value has surpassed Bai Zhanyuan's. There's no need for us to continue fighting with you." "That's right, Mad Southerny. Your family is fine. Don't get yourself into trouble just because you're angry. Our Bai family's power is beyond your imagination," the old man in gray said again. "Is my family all right?" When Yi Qin heard that, he laughed out loud as if he had heard something funny. In the end, he stopped laughing and only a chill was left. "Yi Wushuang is my younger brother, but he died because of you. The patriarch is my younger brother, and he died because of you. How dare you say that my family is fine? You killed my family and humiliated my wife, yet you still have the cheek to beg for mercy. I'll make you wish you were dead." Yi Qin snorted coldly. His body soared into the sky. He activated his immortal venerable body at full power and was bathed in golden light. He was like a supreme being who wanted to crush everything with ease. This was Yi Qin's wrath. It was also the wrath of the celestial emperor. Boom! Subsequently, Bai Hongyu and the rest were shocked to discover that the ground beneath their feet was shaking. It was as if the entire ground was shaking. "Let's join hands and kill him." The gray-robed old man cried out in shock. As soon as he said that, the remaining 3 people attacked at the same time, and energy shot out in all directions. The terrifying power made Shui Yuantao, a martial Dao master, hurriedly retreat to the side, not daring to join in, for fear of being killed by the storm. Sun slash! The sword gleam in Liya's hand shone brightly as he swung his sword. Bai Hongyu shouted in rage, dominating Shadow Punch. He threw a punch out. Heavenly Flame, 9 strike. Red flames appeared on the gray-robed old man's palms. The aura that exploded from the trio covered an area within 500 meters of the grassland. Shui Yuantao spat a mouthful of blood from the impact and fainted on the spot. Burning palm. At that moment, an extremely overbearing and ferocious aura exploded from Yi Qin's palm as he slammed his palm out. Sparks flowed and swept through heaven and earth. The entire world seemed to have been dyed red. Countless plants withered, and the scorching heat waves in the air seemed to have materialized. Yi Qin pressed his palm down. It suppressed everything. Bang, 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 they were thrown out one after another like kites with broken strings. They spat blood from their mouths as intense fear filled their faces. The gray-robed old man roared, "Why do you have a martial technique too?" Martial technique. It was a technique that ancient martial artists cultivated. It was just like a person who had to learn piano music. Otherwise, One would only have brute force without knowing how to use it properly. Although there were many ancient martial artists in China, there were almost no martial techniques that they could use. The so-called Wing Chun, Tai Tzu's long fist, and formal fist were just things that ordinary martial artists used to deceive themselves. The real martial techniques had been taken away by Shang Santian. Moreover, none of them would be passed down. Therefore, the gray-robed old man thought that it was a martial technique too after witnessing the power of Yi Chen's burning palm. Moreover, it was a high-level martial technique. Yi Chen did not reply. He hovered in the air as the aura in his body grew. The rage within him was burning. Master Bai were no match for him. Run! The gray-robed old man got up and held by Hong Yu. They charged out in an attempt to escape. Liya from the sword sect flew far away with a sword gleam. Stay here! Yi Chen shouted and extended his arm to grab the two of them. Subsequently, he performed the gravity tactic. The duo felt a terrifying suction coming from behind them. Horror filled their eyes as they struggled with all their might. In the next second, a punch landed on the gray-robed old man's back. Bang! The gray-robed old man shrieked and spat blood out of his mouth. He staggered as his chest was pierced by Yi Chen's punch. Kuan Peng's secret method. A pair of cloud wings appeared on by Hong Yu's back all of a sudden. They looked like a pair of towering wings. Bai Hong Yu turned into a gleam and shot far away as he flapped. Are you running? Yi Chen swung his sword. The sword gleam caught up to him and severed his left shoulder directly. Blood shot out. Ah! Bai Hong Yu shrieked and fell onto the ground. He could not stop groaning. The pain of a severed arm was connected to his heart. He finally experienced Xue Feng's pain now. Although they had powerful strength, they were still human. They would still feel pain. Bai Hong Yu and his servant were crippled in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Liya had fled 1,000 meters away on his sword gleam. Yi Chen stopped him with his sword in front of him. Liya forced a smile and landed on the ground. He looked at Yi Chen with a complicated expression. Can you compete with me? Yi Chen smiled as soon as he was done speaking. He swung his sword at Yi Chen with all of the power in his body. Meanwhile, his aura was extremely weak. It seemed like he had paid a great price to swing the sword. The sword attack was powerful enough to kill a half-step martial venerable. Yi Chen swung his sword too. Silence filled the air for a few seconds. Liya looked at him. What sword is that? A sword that kills dogs, Yi Chen said. A sword that kills dogs. Liya forced a smile. His glabella split open and he was cut into half. Blood, mixed with his organs, splashed onto the ground. He was from the sword sect. He was proud of his sword. However, he was killed by a sword eventually. At that moment, the outcome was determined. Among the 5 half-step martial venerables, the Patriarch of Hell sacrificed his soul power to elevate his cultivation base by force to kill Guardian Huang. If Xue Feng had not seen through his weakness, he might have killed the remaining 4 in one go. Yi Chen returned. Xue Feng was crippled on the spot, followed by Bai Hong Yu and his servant. However, they were not dead. Yi Chen had done that on purpose. Only Liya from the sword sect was killed by a swing of his sword. Yi Hai and the rest were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. They did not expect such an outcome at all. Yi Ming's family was the most shocked. Although they knew that Yi Chen was powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful. Xiaoqin, if you'd come earlier, Xiao Shuang and Cutie wouldn't have died, Wu Lan said while crying. She felt sorry for the young man who had died for them. She felt sorry and guilty. Yi Chen shook his head. Who said that Cutie is dead? Author's note. Today's update for the 3rd chapter has been completed. From now on, I'll update from 5 chapters to 3 chapters a day. I've done a few things to reflect on what I've done. I shouldn't have promised to update 5 chapters a day. Initially, I wanted to update more so that everyone could read more, but I realized that I was wrong. If I don't update 5 chapters a day, my whole family will be scolded. Some will curse me for being hit by a car. Some will say that my whole family died. It's useless to explain. They will say that I'm looking for excuses. I'm scared now. Therefore, I won't promise anything in the future. I'll update 3 chapters a day instead of 5. I'll update at 9 p.m. It's close to the number of updates that most authors have. There are many readers who support me sincerely. I'm grateful to all of you, and I won't disappoint you. Chapter 358. Cutie isn't dead. Su Yuhan looked at Yi Qin by instinct upon hearing that. She was surprised and overjoyed. Wu Lan and the rest were elated too. If not for the Patriarch of Hell, they might not have been able to hold on until Yi Qin returned. Yi Qin walked to the Patriarch with a grim expression. He sighed softly after checking his body. Although he's not dead, he's pretty much dead. He realized that the consciousness in the Patriarch's sea of consciousness was extremely weak. It was showing signs of fading. It was clearly a sign that his soul power had been drained. Soul power referred to a person's soul power. In layman's terms, it was consciousness and spirit. Even ordinary people had different soul powers. For instance, some people could stay up for a few nights in an internet cafe without sleeping. Meanwhile, some people would be like a corpse the next day after staying up all night. They would not wake up no matter how hard they tried. Speaking of which, the Patriarch was quite pitiful. As a tribulation stage old monster, he could not ascend alone. Instead, he had to ascend with 3,000 beauties. This had never happened in the cultivation world, so the heavenly tribulation that he triggered was unimaginable. The Patriarch could not hold on, and a sliver of his soul entered Earth by accident. If he had possessed someone in time, he could have recovered his cultivation base to nascent soul. However, the Patriarch realized that most people on Earth had no spiritual root. If you asked him to possess a mortal without a spiritual root, he would still die after a few decades. Seeing that his soul was about to dissipate, the ancestor had no choice but to possess a dog that was run over by a car. Although that was the case, his soul power was pitiful. To elevate his cultivation base by force, he had to burn his last bit of soul power. The smile on Su Yuhan's face disappeared upon hearing what Yi Qin said. She asked in confusion, "Yi Qin, what do you mean by he's not dead, but he's pretty much dead?" Cutie's soul power has been drained, so he's in a state of suspended animation. You can say that he's a vegetable now. No, to be exact, he's a vegetable dog, Yi Qin said while frowning. Wu Lan walked out of the car first. She said with bloodshot eyes, "Xiaoqin, what do we do now? Should we bring Cutie to the vet?" Vet. Yi Qin was in between tears and laughter. He said, while shaking his head, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll think of a way to wake Cutie up." The Patriarch's soul power had been drained. The only way was to refine a divine accumulation pill to help it recover its soul power. But refining the divine accumulation pill, but Face is a good dog. If he never wakes up, I will take care of him. Wu Lan wiped her tears. Yi Qin was a little touched. After all, as far as he was concerned, old ancestor Nether Spring was an old freak that was cunning like a ghost and wouldn't do anything without benefits. If he was really in danger, then old ancestor Nether Spring would protect himself first. But in reality, he was wrong. Yi Qin looked at Su Yuhan. "Oh, yeah. Did Cutie leave anything for me before he passed out?" Su Yuhan looked a little unnatural when she heard that. She hesitated and said, "But Face asked you to burn more young models for him every year when you visit his grave on the Qingming festival." Yi Qin was speechless. "Come on, let's go back." He shook his head and carried the Patriarch into the car. Then he asked Yang Tian to throw Shui Feng and the others into the trunk. 9 Dragons, Bay Villa. The place where Wu Shuang died was dripping with a pool of dark red blood. He was nowhere to be seen. The 3 pieces of the Great Thunder sword were lying quietly on the ground. They did not have the sharpness of the past at all. The treasure of the Ning family of Jinling was destroyed. Lin Tai, who had lost both of his arms, had passed out. Yi Chun bent down with difficulty and picked up the pieces of the great thunder sword on the ground slowly. He attempted to piece them back together as tears welled up in his eyes. Wu Shuang, I'm sorry that I'm late. Why are you so dumb? You're my family too. It's a blow to me, no matter which one of you I lose. His hand that was holding the broken sword was shaking lightly. His head was filled with the lonely, arrogant silhouette of the young man in white. Wu Lan was sobbing while covering her mouth. Su Yuhan turned around quietly and wiped her tears. Yi Hai was speechless. No. Yi Qin clenched his fists all of a sudden and said in certainty, I don't believe that you're dead. You're the Heavenly Emperor, sword spirit. You and I haven't been destroyed in the past 3,000 years. I don't believe that 3 ancient martial artists can kill you. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. He was a little mad as he released his divine consciousness to cover a kilometer around him. However, he found nothing. Subsequently, he walked to the back of the Lamborghini and opened the trunk. He then pulled Bai Hongyu out of it. Mad Southern Yi, W, what are you doing? The Bai family won't let you go if you dare to kill me. Bai Hongyu was frightened by his terrifying gaze. Yi Chen pressed his palm on his head and performed the soul-searching tactic by activating his divine consciousness. A moment later, he tossed Bai Hongyu back into the trunk again. However, his expression was getting grim. An old beggar on a donkey? Did you take Wu Shuang's body away? Countless thoughts flashed through his head. Who was the old beggar? Why did he take Wu Shuang's body away? A fragrance wafted over. Su Yuhan hugged him tightly. I know you're upset about Wu Shuang's death, but you still have us. That's right, Xiaoqin. The dead are gone. Yi Hai walked over and patted his shoulder. He looked rather serious. Meng Meng pulled his pant leg and said while babbling, Daddy, don't cry. I'll avenge Uncle Wu Shuang when I grow up. I'll kill all the bad guys. I'm fine. Yi Qin took a deep breath in and walked over to pick Lin Tai up from the ground. Subsequently, he brought the rest back to the villa. Wu Lan could not stop crying when she saw how miserable Lin Tai was. Xiaoqin, let's send Lin Tai to the hospital. He's severely injured. One could say that all of them had witnessed Xue Yuantao sever Lin Tai's arms with their own eyes. They could not forget that scene until now. Mom, there's no need for that. I can heal him. Yi Qin shook his head. After putting Lin Tai on the bed, he helped him stop the bleeding and transferred a lot of spiritual power into his body. My lord, Lin Tai only woke up an hour later. He struggled to get off the bed as soon as he saw Yi Qin. Don't move. Yi Chen held him down immediately and said, You've lost too much blood and your vitality is injured. You shouldn't move around. We'll talk after you've recovered. My lord, Wu Shuang is dead. Lin Tai could not help but say. Yi Chen's face twitched slightly. I know. Oh yeah, and his body is nowhere to be found. No. Lin Tai shook his head and said, I saw it with my own eyes. An old beggar took Wu Shuang's body away. Subsequently, he told Yi Chen what happened. Yi Chen squinted after hearing that. So Wu Shuang isn't dead? But who exactly is that old beggar? And where's the 10,000 swords pavilion? Why did he ask me to pick him up 3 years later? At that moment, Yi Hai knocked on the door. Xiaoqin, there's a lady with the surname Lan who wants to see you. Recommend the Urban Guru, Shi Xinshu. Chapter 359. A lady with the surname Lan? Yi Chen secretly frowned when he heard that. He did not remember such a person. However, he walked out after telling Lin Tai to get some rest. He saw a middle-aged lady in a black dress sitting in the living room. There was a faint, unapproachable aura coming out of her body. Although Yi Hai and the rest were confused, they did not ask. Su Yuhan, on the other hand, looked rather terrible. Who are you? Yi Chen looked at her coldly, because he sensed an aura that was no weaker than Xue Feng, by Hongyu and the rest from her. The lady in the black dress glanced at Yi Hai coldly. Yi Hai snapped back to his senses immediately and left with the rest while carrying Meng Meng. Just when Su Yuhan was about to leave, the lady in the black dress suddenly spoke. The woman in the black dress suddenly said, "Master, please wait." "Master?" Yi Chen's eyes were getting colder when he heard that. He said directly, "I'll give you 2 minutes. Greetings, China number 1, Mad Southern Yi." The lady in the black dress got up and bowed at Yi Chen. She introduced herself. "I believe you've guessed that I'm from Shang Santian, but don't misunderstand me. I mean you no harm." Fear filled her eyes when she said that when she looked at Yi Chen. The reason being, she knew that Xue Feng and the other 4 half-step martial venerables had been defeated by Yi Chen. How could she not be shocked? Half-step martial venerable. Even in Shang Santian, she was one of the more popular ones. Yi Chen's expression was cold. "You have 1 minute." Clearly, the lady in the black dress did not expect Yi Chen to be so domineering. She was slightly enraged. "My name is Lan Dalian. People call me Aunt Lan. I'm from the Dark Judgment Division of Shang Santian." She glanced at Yi Chen by instinct as she spoke to this point. She seemed to be trying to see some expression on his face. For example, shock or disbelief. However, Yi Chen remained expressionless from the beginning until the end. She took a deep breath in and said, "I'm here for your wife, Su Yuhan. Our Judgment Division's upper echelon found out through astrology that Ms. Su has the Nether King's body. She's the master that fate has sent to our Dark Judgment Division. Therefore, I'd like Ms. Su to come back with me." "Leave." Yi Chen interrupted. Aunt Lan was slightly stunned. She was a little upset. "Mad Southern Yi, although you've killed a few half-step martial venerables on your own, I advise you not to be too arrogant. There are real martial Dao venerables above you. Unfortunately, the Dark Judgment Division has won." She paused for a moment before continuing. "It's a waste for Miss Su to follow you. As long as she follows me back to the Dark Judgment Department, her strength will far surpass yours in less than 3 years. You'll know the difference between the 2 of you then." To her, this was purely a great opportunity that anyone would give up. The reason why Yi Chen rejected her so decisively was purely because he did not understand Shang Santian, let alone the Dark Judgment Department. So what? Yi Chen gave a short response and remained calm. "Xue Feng and the others have fallen in your hands. Regardless of whether you kill them or not, they are destined to be the 3 great forces of Mountain 3 Heavens." Aunt Lan suppressed her anger and said coldly, "When they really make a move on you, you won't be able to resist. If you agree to let young Miss Su return to the Dark Judgment Department with me, we might be able to save your life." "Save my life?" Yi Chen said. Aunt Lan struck while the iron was hot. "That's right. Our Dark Judgment Department is a super force in Shang Santian. The Bai family and the Xue family have to respect us too. As long as we ask for it, they won't dare to complain at all." She was secretly feeling disdainful. She thought Yi Chen was afraid. What's with the pretense? He's still going to lick the Dark Judgment Department's boots in the end. However, Yi Chen looked at Su Yuhan next to him and said wryly, "Wifey, what do you think?" Su Yuhan's pretty face blushed when she heard him calling her that in front of outsiders. She angrily rolled her eyes at him and subsequently said to Aunt Lan, "I appreciate your kindness, but I've told you that I won't go. I'm only willing to stay at home and take care of my husband and daughter." "Did you hear that?" Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. He said to Aunt Lan while looking at her, "My wife has already said that she doesn't care about that SH*TTY Dark Judgment Department of yours." Aunt Lan could no longer hide the rage within her when she heard him insult the Dark Judgment Department. "You, F***CK off." Yi Chen turned hostile immediately. "I'll kill you right now if you don't F***CK off." Since when did my woman need to rely on someone powerful? Since when did my woman need to rely on someone else's power to become powerful? I, Yi Qin, am her biggest pride and trump card. He waved hard as soon as he was done speaking. Aunt Lan felt an invisible pressure coming at her. Her expression changed, and she disappeared from where she was within the blink of an eye. Yi Qin, will we offend her by doing this? Su Yuhan asked rather worriedly. So what if I become the enemy of the world for you? Yi Qin looked at her in all seriousness. Tui. What a shame. Su Yuhan's pretty face blushed, and she spat angrily. However, she felt as sweet as honey. Half an hour later, Yi Qin walked out of the cultivation room with 2 medicinal pills in his hand. He then walked to Lin Tai's room. My lord, I'm crippled. Lin Tai was rather dispirited. His arms were severed. Apart from being able to stand, it was a problem for him to even eat, let alone follow Yi Qin to complete his grand plan. Living such a painful life, he might as well die. You won't be crippled. Trust me. Yi Qin smiled lightly and subsequently took out a medicinal pill to give to him. Eat this. I guarantee that your arms will grow back. Is this real? Lin Tai's body jolted, appearing to be in disbelief. One must know that his arms were severed. No matter how advanced the medical technology was, they could not reattach them. However, the medicinal pill before him had a medicinal fragrance. He felt like his body was burning just by taking a sniff. You'll know after you eat it. Yi Qin shook his head lightly. Perhaps a severed arm could not be treated for ordinary people. However, to a cultivator like him, it was not a problem to regrow a severed limb, revive a dead person, and grow flesh and bones. To regrow a severed limb, he needed the regeneration pill. Yi Qin would need the regeneration pill. It was difficult for him to refine such a medicinal pill at the moment, but it would not be a problem for him to refine a low-grade version of the regeneration pill. Lin Tai stretched his arm out to take the pill and swallowed it. In the next second, his face flushed and his body swelled up. Guide the energy in your body to your arms now. Yi Qin reminded him immediately. It was a sign that Lin Tai could not admit the terrifying energy. Lin Tai did as he was told immediately. He felt numbness coming from his shoulders, as if countless ants were crawling on them. The next moment, he was extremely shocked to find that the place where his arm had been cut off was actually growing at a crazy rate. Not long after, 2 brand new arms grew out. Compared to his previous arms, his current arms were as white as milk. My hand grew back. He slowly spread out his hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. After he finally accepted it, he hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground. Thank you, High Lord, for giving me a new lease of life. Yi Qin shook his head lightly and said, It's useless to say that. You deserve it. Oh yeah, do you know the death of 1,000 cuts? Recommending the Urban Guru, Shinshu. Chapter 360. Death by 1,000 cuts. Lin Tai was stunned. That's right, death by 1,000 cuts. Yi Qin nodded as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes that he did not hide. These people bullied my family and tried to kill me. How can I not take revenge? I've told you that it'll be too easy for them if I kill them directly. I want everyone to know that whoever dares to go against me and threaten me with my family will suffer 10,000 times more than death. As he said that, killing intent exploded from his body. The murderous aura on his body surged, and a chill rushed to the heavens. Lin Tai said fiercely, My lord, I'm willing to be the executioner. Yi Qin had said earlier that he, Lin Tai, was a warlord. He would fight wherever he was told. He was not even afraid of death, let alone killing 1,000,000 people. Great. Yi Qin said, Let's go. Follow me to Beijing. It seems like some people have forgotten about my techniques while I'm away. Shui Yuantao woke up slowly from his coma. He noticed 3 people standing before him as soon as he opened his eyes. They were Yi Chen, Lin Tai, and Yang Tian. Meanwhile, Xue Feng, Bai Hongyu, and the old man in gray were lying next to him. However, Yi Chen had crippled their cultivation base. Even their tendons in their hands and legs were severed by him. Yi Chen and Lin Tai looked at him expressionlessly. Xue Yuantao shuddered when he met Yi Chen's stare. He was scared out of his wits. Mad Southerny, let me go. Let me go. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have gone against you. Now he truly understood what fear was. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not attack the Yi family. Mad Southerny, give us a quick death if you're a man. Xue Feng's voice was extremely hoarse. I hate you. I hate you so much. Bai Hongyu's face was filled with resentment. If I knew that this would happen, my family would have sent more experts to kill you. Shut up. Lin Tai walked over and slapped each of them. Xue family? Yi Chen lit a cigarette and looked at Xue Yuantao in a condescending manner. Coldness filled his eyes. It seems like Xue Lei, Xue Xuejiao, and Xue Xiao didn't really scare you guys. Spare me, spare me. Xue Yuantao kowtowed repeatedly. He was so scared that he peed his pants. He was a martial Dao grandmaster and the head of the Xue family, but now he was like a dead dog. Do you know why I haven't killed you yet? Yi Chen suddenly asked. Xue Yuantao was stunned. Just when he was going to speak, Yi Chen squatted down and pressed the burning cigarette butt on his face. Ah! Xue Yuantao struggled and screamed. Does it hurt? Yi Chen remained unmoved as he said, Before you guys attacked my family, didn't you think about the consequences if you failed? I'm also in pain. My best brother Wu Shuang's life and death are unknown because of you. It's also because of you that ancestor burned his sole power to attack. Devil, devil, Xue Yuantao's face contorted in pain. More devilish things are yet to come. Yi Chen chuckled and said to Lin Tai, who was next to him, Executioner, do it. Remember dismemberment. You must dismemberment at any time. Slice the flesh off piece by piece. You must slice 1,000 times. You can't cut more or less. He took out the Master Destruction Saber and handed it over directly after speaking. Lin Tai scoffed as he took the saber over. No. Fear filled Xue Yuantao's face. However, he realized that Lin Tai was walking directly to Xue Feng. What are you doing? What are you doing? Xue Feng's expression changed while his body was shaking. He wanted to struggle by instinct, but he could not muster any strength at all. Bai Hongyu and the old man in gray had fear written all over their faces. Pity flashed through Yang Tian's face when he saw that. He said, Oldie, aren't we being too cruel by doing this? Dismemberment. Such torture only existed in ancient times. It was used to deal with evil people, but it had been abandoned in modern times. The so-called death penalty in modern times was death by shooting. No matter how evil the person had committed, they would not be tortured like that. Cruel. Yi Chen chuckled and turned his head to look at him. He said while squinting, Are you still my brother? Of course. Yang Tian nodded without even thinking about it. Yi Chen said again, Do you know that this happened because I tried to save you? Do you know that I would have done the same thing if you were killed by them? Yang Tian was speechless at that moment. He looked guilty. Yi Chen was right. If it were not for him, Yi Chen would not have gone all the way to the northeast. He would not have given Xue Feng and the rest the opportunity. Do you know why I asked you to come here today? Yi Chen said, Because you, Yang Tian, will have to go through all of this if you want to walk on my path. What's the big deal about dismemberment? If you can't even endure all of this, I advise you to leave now. You're only fit to be an ordinary person. His expression turned rather cold as he spoke to this point. He would not force Yang Tian, nor would he instill any ideas into him. This was because this society that seemed to be full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality was the real ruthless society. Since he was capable, why did he have to worry about all of that? I get it now. Yang Tian forced a smile. Subsequently, he was determined. He said while clenching his teeth, "Get Lin Tai to do it. I'll watch." He did not want to drift away from Yi Qin. Lin Tai then walked to Xue Feng and stripped him naked. Soon, a series of devastating shrieks came from the house. "Mad Southern Yi, you're a devil. A devil. Kill me, kill me. I'm begging you." Yi Qin casually set up a soundproof barrier. Over an hour later, there was a ghastly body on the ground. There was blood all over the ground, and there was a pungent smell of blood lingering in the air. Xue Yuantao had fainted since the beginning. Meanwhile, Bai Hongyu and the old man in gray were twitching like pendulums. Yang Tian held onto the corner of the wall. He was almost done vomiting his bile. His face was extremely pale and he was shaking. Lin Tai wiped his sweat and said in exhaustion, "My lord, I didn't do it well. He was already dead when I made the 980th cut." That was what he said. However, his hand that was holding the knife could not help but shake. Although he was used to seeing blood and killing people without blinking, he was shocked. Almost all of his energy had been drained within a short hour. Yi Qin picked up the bucket of water next to him and splashed it on Xue Yuantao. Xue Yuantao woke up immediately. He said in a shaking voice after seeing Xue Feng's death, "What exactly do I have to do for you to give me a quick death?" He no longer had any hope of living. His only hope was for Yi Qin to give him a quick death. His scalp tingled when he thought of what happened to Xue Feng. He shuddered and felt goosebumps all over his body. "Don't worry. I'll kill you, but now isn't the time. At least, you won't die before the Xue family is destroyed." Yi Qin shook his head lightly. Xue Yuantao spat a mouthful of blood out upon hearing that. "Mad Southern Yi, are you going to destroy my family? You're so cruel. P.S. Today's update is over. Thank you for everyone's support.